Audiobook Introduction, The Jaguar's Shadow by Anna Gogolieva. What if everything you knew about history was wrong? What if the gods of the ancient world were not myths, but forces, living, breathing energies that still walk among us? What if you carried the memory of a past life deep within your blood, waiting to be awakened? Mexico, the Yucatan Peninsula, a land of ancient pyramids and sacred cenotes, where the jungle whispers secrets that have been hidden for 500 years. It is here that Anna Volkova, a brilliant young linguist from St. Petersburg, Russia, arrives seeking answers. She carries with her the legacy of Yuri Norizov, the Soviet genius who deciphered the Maya script from his armchair during the siege of Leningrad. She expects dusty archives and quiet libraries. She expects to study the dead language of a lost civilization. What she finds is a world where the dead are not dead at all. A chance encounter in a rain-soaked airport. A driver named Carlos, who knows more than he reveals. A stone that burns in her hand and awakens visions of a past she never lived. Anna discovers that she is not merely a scholar. She is the reincarnation of a Maya priestess who 500 years ago scattered the fragments of the sacred Dresden Codex to protect them from the Spanish conquistadors. Now those fragments are rising again, and so is the ancient god of fear, Ka'awil, who hungers for release. With Carlos as her reluctant protector and a mysterious black cat that may be the spirit of the jaguar itself, Anna must race across the Yucatan, through ancient temples, underground rivers, and cities that exist outside of time, to collect the 6 fragments before they fall into the hands of a man who will use them to reshape the world. Alexander Smith is a man with a dying body and an insatiable hunger for power. A Harvard-educated scholar who has allied himself with a dangerous cartel, he believes the Codex can grant him immortality, and he will sacrifice anyone, including Anna, to achieve his goal. But Anna is no ordinary woman. She carries the blood of the priestess. She carries the memory of sacrifice. And she carries a choice that will determine the fate of everything she loves. Will she embrace the power of the gods and become something beyond human? Or will she reject that power and risk losing everything, including the man she has come to love? The Jaguar's Shadow is a story about the eternal battle between fear and love, ignorance and wisdom, darkness and light. It is a story of reincarnation and the cycle of the soul, of sacrifice and transformation, of the courage to face the shadows within ourselves, and the strength to choose love even when it costs everything. It is a story inspired by real history, real mythology, and a journey that changed the author's life. We are all part of one great cycle. We are all keepers of ancient knowledge, and we are all travelers seeking our own path. Join Anna Volkova on an unforgettable journey through the heart of the Maya world, where the past is never truly past, the gods still whisper, and the shadow of the jaguar follows every step. This is the Jaguar's Shadow, and now, dear listener, close your eyes, listen to the whisper of the jungle, feel the ancient stones beneath your feet. The journey begins now. The Jaguar's Shadow. Part 1. The Call from the Darkness. Chapter 1. The Man with No Eyes. The rain came down on Mexico City like a divine punishment, the kind that makes you believe in gods you've never worshipped. It sheeted off the terminal's glass canopy in rivers, turning the tarmac into a mirror of broken lights. Anna stood at the arrivals gate, her suitcase leaning against her leg like a tired dog, watching the water trace patterns that almost looked like writing. She had been staring at the photograph on her phone for the last 47 minutes. Yuri Norizov, 1963. He was sitting in his cramped Leningrad apartment, surrounded by stacks of paper that threatened to bury him alive, his eyes carrying that particular intensity of a man who had decoded the impossible while the world starved around him. The caption beneath the image read, "Norizov's Columbus's Egg, How a Soviet Linguist Cracked the Maya Code from His Armchair." From his armchair. Anna smiled bitterly. The academic world loved that narrative, the lone genius, the miraculous insight, the quiet triumph of mind over material circumstance. They never mentioned the blockade, the starvation, the fact that Norizov had been working with fragments of stolen codexes while his city fell apart around him. They never mentioned that he had seen things in those glyphs that no one else could see. She zoomed in on his face, searching for something she couldn't name. A secret, a clue, anything. That's when she felt it. The sensation started at the base of her skull. A cold trickle that ran down her spine like a finger tracing her vertebrae. Someone was watching her. Not the casual glance of a fellow traveler, not the bored sweep of airport security. This was something else, something that pressed against her consciousness like a hand against a window pane. Anna looked up from her phone. The terminal was chaos in the way only international airports can be, a symphony of shouting families, rolling luggage, and the constant drone of announcements in Spanish and English. Businessmen in ill-fitting suits rushed past with that particular desperation of men who had missed connections. Children cried. Vendors hawked overpriced bottles of water from carts that squeaked like dying animals. And there, in the middle of it all, stood a man who wasn't moving. He was tall, perhaps in his late 40s, with the weathered skin of someone who had spent too much time in the sun. His clothes were unremarkable: dark jeans, a linen shirt, a leather jacket that had seen better decades. Everything about him screamed tourist or local, depending on how you looked at him. But his eyes had no irises, no pupils. Where the whites should have been, there were symbols, carved, inscribed, glyphs. They glowed faintly, like embers buried in ash, and they were looking directly at her. Anna's breath caught in her throat. She blinked. She blinked again. The man was gone. The space where he had stood was empty, filled only by the press of travelers moving through. A family with matching backpacks passed through the spot, oblivious. A janitor pushed a mop across the floor, erasing whatever had been there. Anna's hands were shaking. She looked down at her phone. Norizov was still staring at her from 1963, his eyes carrying that same intensity she had just seen in the stranger's face. Coincidence, she told herself. The rain, the exhaustion, the 12-hour flight from Moscow. delirium. She pocketed her phone and grabbed her suitcase, her fingers numb against the handle. The plan was simple. Find her driver, get to the hotel, sleep for 12 hours, and start fresh tomorrow. The Maya Codex in the National Museum of Anthropology wasn't going anywhere. It had waited 500 years. It could wait one more night. The driver was waiting at the curb, leaning against a battered Toyota with more dents than paint. He was a small man, compact and weathered, with the kind of face that seemed older than it should have been. His eyes were dark and quick, scanning the crowd with the practiced vigilance of a man who had learned to survive on the streets of a city that didn't care if you lived or died. "Senora?" He stepped forward and took her suitcase before she could protest. "Senorita Volkova?" "That's me." Anna's Spanish was rusty but functional. "You're Carlos?" "I am Carlos." He gave her a smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. His gaze dropped to her hands, specifically to her left hand, where she wore a ring that had belonged to her grandmother. A simple silver band with a small piece of obsidian set into it. He stared at the ring for far too long. "Is something wrong?" Anna asked. Carlos blinked, and the smile returned, more practiced now. No, nothing. It's just the rain. It makes everything look different." He loaded her suitcase into the trunk with movements that were almost reverent, treating her luggage like it might contain something precious. Anna got into the back seat, her wet coat sticking to the worn upholstery. The car smelled of cigarettes and air freshener and something else, something earthy, like the forest after a storm. The drive into the city was a nightmare. Mexico City traffic is the kind of thing that breaks lesser souls, a chaos that seems to have its own internal logic that outsiders can never quite grasp. Cars swerved without warning. Motorcycles appeared from nowhere. Pedestrians darted between moving vehicles with the casual indifference of people who had made peace with their mortality. But Carlos navigated it all with a calm that bordered on meditation. His hands on the wheel were steady, his eyes constantly scanning. He didn't seem to be in a hurry, even as the rain continued to batter the windshield. "Where are you from, señorita?" he asked, his voice carrying that particular Mexican warmth that could make even a casual question feel like an invitation to intimacy. "Moscow," Anna said. "I'm a researcher, Maya linguistics." "Ah," Carlos nodded as if this made perfect sense. "I know your work. The vowel shifts in the Dresden Codex. Very important." Anna blinked. "You've read my work?" Carlos laughed, a genuine laugh, warm and self-deprecating. No, I don't read. My daughter, she studies history at UNAM. She talks about these things. The great Russian scholar who's coming to Mexico to continue the work of Yuri Knorozov." The mention of Knorozov's name made Anna's stomach tighten. "Your daughter is very kind." "She is." Carlos smiled, and for a moment his face lost its guarded quality. "She's too smart for this country. Too smart for any country, really. She wants to go to Europe. Maybe Russia." "Russia is cold." "So is everywhere else when you don't have money." Carlos shrugged. "The cold doesn't bother my daughter. She has fire inside her. Like you, I think." The car turned off the main road and onto a winding highway that climbed into the hills. The city fell away behind them, replaced by a landscape of steep slopes and dense vegetation that seemed to swallow the light. The rain continued, turning the road into a stream of mud and water. Anna pressed her face against the window, watching the trees blur past. The green was different here than in Russia. Greener, somehow. More alive. It seemed to pulse with its own heartbeat, each leaf glistening with water like scales on some vast creature. "Where are we going?" she asked. "This isn't the way to the hotel." Carlos's hands tightened on the wheel. "There's been a complication, señorita. The hotel, it's not safe." "Not safe? What do you mean?" "The city is dangerous. You don't understand the forces that are at work here." Carlos glanced in the rearview mirror, his eyes meeting hers for a split second. "There are people who know you're coming. People who don't want you to see what you came to see." Anna's heart began to pound. "Who?" "I can't tell you. Not yet. First, I need to take you somewhere. Somewhere safe." "Stop the car." "Señorita, I said stop the car." Carlos didn't stop the car. If anything, he accelerated, the engine whining as the Toyota climbed higher into the hills. The vegetation grew thicker, branches scraping against the sides of the vehicle like fingers reaching out to touch them. "I'm not going to hurt you," Carlos said, his voice desperate. "I'm trying to protect you. There are things you don't understand about this place, about what you're really looking for." Anna reached into her bag, her fingers closing around the small canister of pepper spray she always carried when traveling alone. "Pull over. Now." Ahead of them, the road suddenly became blocked. There were cars, 3 of them, black SUVs with tinted windows, parked across the highway in a formation that was clearly intentional. Figures emerged from the vehicles, silhouetted against the rain. "Damn," Carlos muttered. "They found us." "Who are they?" "People who want what you want." Carlos slammed on the brakes, and the car skidded on the wet road, coming to a stop just feet from the barricade. But they don't want to share. The figures were approaching now, men in dark suits, their faces hidden beneath the brims of hats that did nothing to keep out the rain. One of them was holding something that glinted in the headlights. A weapon. "Get out of the car," Carlos said. "Slowly. Keep your hands where they can see them." "What?" "Just do it. Trust me." Anna opened the door and stepped out into the rain. It hit her face like a slap, cold and insistent. The men were closing in, their footsteps splashing in the mud. And then she saw it. Hanging from the neck of the man in front was a pendant, a small gold disc that caught the light in a strange way. On the disc was a symbol she recognized, the glyph for the god Kawil, god of lightning and power, the same symbol that had been carved into the eyes of the man in the airport. "Señorita Volkova," the man said, his Spanish carrying the slight accent of someone who had learned it as a second language. "We've been expecting you. You're going to come with us." Carlos stepped out of the car, his hands raised in surrender. "She doesn't know anything. She's just a scholar, an academic." "Scholars can be useful," the man smiled. "The codex. Do you have it?" Anna stared at him, rain streaming down her face. "I don't know what you're talking about." The man's smile vanished. "Don't play games with us. We know why you're here. The Russian woman who speaks the language of the gods. The one who can read what no one else can read." "I'm a linguist. That's all. I study dead languages." "Dead?" The man laughed, a cold, humorless sound. There's nothing dead about what you're looking for. It's more alive than you are." He stepped forward, reaching for her arm. And that's when Carlos moved. It happened faster than Anna could process. One moment Carlos was standing with his hands up, looking every bit the helpless driver. The next, he had drawn a knife from somewhere on his person and was lunging at the man with the pendant. There was a flash of silver, a spray of blood, and the man collapsed to the ground, clutching his throat. "Run!" Carlos shouted. "To the trees! Go!" Anna didn't hesitate. She ran. The rain was a curtain around her, turning the world into a blur of gray and green. She crashed into the underbrush, branches tearing at her clothes, mud sucking at her feet. Behind her, she heard shouting, the crack of gunfire, the screech of tires on wet pavement. She kept running. The jungle swallowed her whole, ancient and indifferent. The trees here were enormous, their trunks covered in moss and vines that hung down like old men's beards. The canopy was so dense that the rain slowed to a drizzle, the light filtering through in patches of green and gold. Anna pushed deeper into the forest, her lungs burning, her legs screaming. She had no idea where she was going. She had no idea what she was running from. But she kept running anyway. She ran until she couldn't run any more, until her legs gave out and she collapsed against the trunk of a ceiba tree, her breath coming in ragged gasps. The bark was rough against her back, covered in moss that smelled like earth and rot. And then she heard it, a voice, whispering, "Kawil, Kawil, Kawil." Anna's eyes snapped open. She looked around, but there was no one there. Just the trees, just the leaves, just the endless green. But the voice was still there, whispering in her ear, "Kawil, Kawil, Kawil." She pressed her hands against her ears, but the voice was inside her head, as familiar as her own heartbeat. And then, without thinking, she began to speak. The words came out of her mouth in a language she had never learned, a language that had been dead for 500 years, a language that the world had forgotten. "Kawil, God of lightning, God of power, open the gate, open the way." The ground beneath her feet began to shake, and the trees began to move. Chapter 2. The Map of the Dead. The temple was older than Mexico itself. Anna stood in its shadow, her breath misting in the cool air, trying to process what had just happened. She had run through the jungle for what felt like hours, guided by some instinct she couldn't name. The trees had parted for her, opening paths where there had been none. The animals had watched her pass without fear. A jaguar had crossed her path and simply sat down, regarding her with eyes that seemed to recognize something in her soul. And then she had found this. The structure rose from the jungle floor like a broken tooth, its limestone blocks covered in moss and vegetation that had been growing for centuries. It wasn't a temple in the grand sense, not like the pyramids of Chichen Itza or the palaces of Palenque. This was something smaller, more intimate, a place of worship for a community that had long since vanished. But Anna recognized it immediately. The stepped platforms, the rows of stelae, the carvings that covered every surface, depicting figures in elaborate headdresses, their faces twisted in expressions of ecstasy and pain. She had studied this place. She had written papers about it. But she had never known it existed in the physical world. The entrance was a narrow slit in the stone, barely wide enough for a person to pass through. Anna squeezed inside, her shoulders scraping against the rough walls. The air was cool and still, heavy with the smell of dust and age. Inside, the chamber opened up into a space that had once been a gathering place for worshippers. The ceiling was low, the walls covered in murals that had faded to ghostly outlines. And at the center of the room, on a raised platform, was an altar. Anna approached it slowly, her footsteps echoing in the silence. The altar was made of black obsidian, polished to a mirror finish that reflected her own face back at her, distorted and strange. And on the altar there was a stone. It was a small thing, no bigger than her palm, a piece of dark limestone carved with symbols that seemed to shift and move when she looked at them directly. Anna reached out, her fingers trembling, and picked it up. The moment her skin touched the stone, she felt it. The warmth spread from her hand up her arm, filling her chest, her throat, her head. It was like drinking hot chocolate on a winter's day, like standing in a patch of sunlight after weeks of rain. The warmth was everywhere, and it was remembering. And in that warmth, Anna saw things. She saw a woman with her face, dressed in the elaborate regalia of a Maya priestess. She was standing on this same altar, her arms raised to the heavens, blood streaming from cuts on her palms. Below her, a crowd of worshippers chanted her name, a name that Anna couldn't quite hear, a name that was just on the edge of understanding. She saw the woman burying the stone in the altar, hiding it from the Spanish conquistadors who were burning everything in their path. She saw the woman's face as she placed the stone in its hiding place, her expression one of terrible determination. "They will not find it," the woman said, her voice echoing in Anna's head. "They will not find us. We will survive. We always survive." And then the vision shifted, and Anna saw herself. She was standing in a room in Moscow, surrounded by books and papers, tears streaming down her face. She was reading a letter from a man she had loved, a man who had told her that her work was meaningless, that she was wasting her life on dead languages. "You're chasing ghosts," he had written. "There's nothing there, just bones and words and a dream you can't let go." Anna had thrown the letter away. She had thrown herself into her work, determined to prove him wrong, to find something that would make the world understand. And she had found it. But the stone in her hand wasn't just a clue. It was a key to something that had been waiting for her for 500 years. "Señorita?" Anna spun around, her heart pounding. Carlos was standing in the entrance to the chamber, his face streaked with blood and mud. His clothes were torn, his chest heaving with exertion. "Carlos!" She rushed to him, her hands reaching out to steady him. "You're alive! How did you find me?" He smiled weakly. "I followed the jaguar tracks." "Jaguar tracks?" "You didn't see him?" Carlos's eyes widened. "The great cat that led you here? He's been following you since you left the road." Anna shook her head. "I didn't see anything. I just ran." "You ran, And he ran with you. Carlos's voice was filled with awe. He knew. He recognized you. Recognized me? I've never been here before. Not in this life. Carlos's eyes were suddenly heavy with meaning. But before? In other lives? Who knows? Anna felt the warmth of the stone pulsing in her hand, almost like a heartbeat. What does that mean? What is this place? This is a cenote, Carlos said. A place of sacrifice. The ancient Maya believed that these caves were the entrance to the underworld. Xibalba, the place of fear. Anna looked around the chamber again, and this time she noticed the details she had missed before. The walls weren't just carved with religious imagery. They were carved with skeletons. Figures in the throes of death, their mouths open in silent screams, their eyes wide with terror. "I'm not a believer in ghosts," Anna said, her voice steadier than she felt. "I'm a scientist, an academic." "I know." Carlos's voice was filled with something that might have been pity. "That's why this will be so hard for you." "So hard for me? What are you talking about?" Carlos stepped closer, his hands resting on her shoulders. His eyes searched hers, and for a moment she saw something in them that terrified her. Not anger, not greed. It was love. A love so old and so deep that it seemed to come from another time entirely. "You're not the first," he said softly. "The others came before you. The scholars, the priests, the treasure hunters. They all came looking for something. Some of them found what they were looking for. Most of them didn't." "Carlos," shh. He pressed a finger to his lips. "You need to listen. You came here looking for a codex, yes? A book that would teach you the secrets of the Maya?" Anna nodded, her throat tight. "That codex doesn't exist," Carlos said. "Not in the way you think. It's not a book. It's a map. A map to a place that shouldn't exist." "What place?" "The place where the gods still walk." Carlos's voice dropped to a whisper. "Where Kawil waits for his chosen one. Where the dead speak to the living." Anna felt the stone in her hand grow impossibly hot, and she dropped it with a cry of pain. It clattered on the stone floor, rolling to a stop against the base of the altar. Carlos stared at the stone, his face pale. "You activated it," he breathed. "You activated the key." "I don't understand. What's happening?" "You spoke the words." Carlos's eyes were wide with fear. "In the jungle, you spoke the words of Kawil. You called him." "I didn't know what I was saying. It just came out." "That's what I'm afraid of." Carlos knelt down and picked up the stone, holding it in his hands like it might burn him. "That's what they want, Señorita. They want someone who can speak the old language, someone who can open the doors that have been closed for centuries." "They? Who are they?" Carlos opened his mouth to answer, but before he could speak, there was a sound from outside, a sound that made his blood run cold. Footsteps, many footsteps, and the sound of voices calling in the darkness. "Stay here," Carlos whispered. "Don't move." He crept toward the entrance, his knife back in his hand. Anna watched him go, her heart pounding in her chest. The stone was still warm on the floor, pulsing with its own quiet light. And then she heard the voice. It was a woman's voice, ancient and young at the same time, filled with the wisdom of centuries and the innocence of a child. Anna Volkova. Anna spun around, searching for the source of the voice. The chamber was empty, just the altar, the murals, the shadows. You carry my blood. You carry my name. You carry my destiny. Who are you? Anna asked, her voice trembling. What do you want from me? I am what you will become. I am what you have always been. The one who walks between worlds. The one who holds the key to the door. And then, in the darkness of the chamber, Anna saw her. She was standing in the corner, a woman in white, her face veiled in shadow. But her hands were raised, palms out, and in each palm was a symbol. The same symbol that had been on the pendant around the man's neck. The symbol of Kawil. Come to me, the woman said. Come to the place where the world ends. Come and claim what is yours. Anna reached out her hand, her fingers trembling. The woman stepped forward, and for a moment Anna saw her face. It was her own face. And then the vision shattered as Carlos burst back into the chamber, his face wild with terror. They're coming, he shouted. The cartel. They brought reinforcements. We need to go. Now. But Anna couldn't move. She was frozen, staring at the spot where the woman in white had been standing. Señorita! Carlos grabbed her arm, pulling her toward the entrance. We need to run. Anna nodded numbly, letting him drag her out of the chamber and into the rain. But as she stumbled through the mud, the stone in her pocket continued to pulse with its quiet warmth, and the voice of the woman echoed in her head. Come to me. Come to the place where the world ends. Come and claim what is yours. Chapter 3. The Trial of the Jaguar. They ran through the jungle for what felt like hours. The rain had stopped, leaving behind a world of wet leaves and steaming earth. The air was heavy with the smell of damp vegetation, a perfume that seemed to cling to Anna's skin. Her clothes were plastered to her body, her shoes filled with mud, her lungs burning with every breath. But she kept running. Behind them, they could hear the shouts of the cartel members, the crack of gunfire, the roar of engines that had found their way onto the ancient paths. Carlos led her through a maze of trees and bushes, his feet moving with the surety of a man who had known these paths since childhood. They're gaining on us, Anna gasped. I know. Carlos's face was grim. There's a place, not far, a place where they won't follow. Where? The Church of Our Lady of the Shadows. Carlos glanced at her, his eyes unreadable. They don't go there. They're afraid. Why would they be afraid of a church? Carlos didn't answer. He just kept running, pulling her deeper into the jungle, through a corridor of trees that seemed to close around them like a tunnel. And then they emerged into a clearing. The church was a ruin. It had once been a beautiful structure, its walls covered in faded frescoes that told the story of saints and sinners. But time had done its work, and now the roof had collapsed, the walls were crumbling, and the garden was overgrown with weeds that had reached the height of a man. But as Anna approached, she noticed something strange. The frescoes on the walls weren't just Christian images. Beneath the paint there were carvings. Ancient carvings. Maya carvings. The figures of gods and goddesses, their features barely visible beneath the layers of colonial art. The church was built on a sacred site, Carlos explained, his voice hushed. The Maya temple was here first. When the Spanish came, they didn't destroy it. They built on top of it. They tried to hide it. But the old gods never leave. Anna walked toward the church, her feet crunching on the gravel path. The stone in her pocket was burning now, sending waves of heat through her body. And then she saw it. Behind the altar, partially hidden by a tapestry that had rotted to almost nothing, there was a door. A wooden door, dark with age, covered in symbols that made her heart race. "That's it," Carlos said softly. "That's the entrance to the underworld." Anna reached out her hand, her fingers brushing against the wood, and the door swung open. The chamber beyond was dark, but not completely. There was a faint glow coming from somewhere deep inside, a light that seemed to pulse like a heartbeat. Anna stepped forward, Carlos close behind her, and the door swung shut behind them. They walked down a corridor of stone, the walls covered in carvings that seemed to shift in the dim light. Anna could make out figures in elaborate headdresses, animals that were half real and half myth, and symbols that she recognized from the Dresden Codex. And then the corridor opened up into a room. It was a circular chamber, perhaps 20 feet in diameter, with a domed ceiling covered in tiny lights that glittered like stars. In the center of the room was a stone table, and on the table was a figure, a man. He was old, impossibly old, his skin like parchment stretched over bone. His eyes were closed, his hands folded on his chest. He might have been dead, but then his eyes opened. They were milky white, blind, but they fixed on Anna with an intensity that made her take a step back. "You came," the old man said. His voice was like gravel, like stones grinding together. "You came at last." I don't understand." Anna's voice was barely a whisper. "Who are you?" "I am no one. I am everyone." The old man smiled, revealing teeth that were yellow with age. "I am the last priest of Kawil, the last guardian of the gate of the gods." "Kawil again." Anna shook her head. "I keep hearing about this god. What does he want from me?" The old man laughed, a dry, rusty sound that seemed to come from somewhere deep in his chest. "It's not what he wants from you. It's what you want from him." "I want nothing. I'm just a scholar, a linguist." "Linguist," the old man chuckled. "You have a gift that goes beyond words. You speak the language of the soul, the language of the gods." Anna felt the stone in her pocket, warm against her thigh. "I don't know what you're talking about." "Yes, you do." The old man's blind eyes seemed to bore into her. "You found the key, the stone. You touched it and it remembered you. It remembered who you were." "Who was I?" "You were a priestess, a woman of power, a woman who walked between worlds." The old man's voice dropped to a whisper. "You were the one who buried the Codex, the one who hid the secrets of Kawil from the Spaniards. And now you've come back to claim them." Anna's head was spinning. "That's impossible. Reincarnation doesn't exist. It's a fairy tale." "Is it?" The old man's smile widened. "The Maya believed that time is a wheel, that we live, we die, and we live again. That every life is connected to every other life. That the past is not dead, but waiting. Anna thought of the vision in the cenote, the woman with her face, the voice that had spoken to her from the darkness. If that's true, she said slowly, then what am I supposed to do? What does the stone do? The stone is a key. The old man reached out his hand, and Anna placed the stone in his palm. He turned it over, examining it with his blind fingers. A key to the codex. But the codex is not a book. It's a map to the place where the gods still sleep. And where is that? Everywhere and nowhere. The old man pressed the stone back into her hand. You'll find it. You've always found it. In every life, you find it. A noise echoed from somewhere above them. Voices, footsteps, the sound of weapons being readied. They're here, Carlos said, his voice tight. We need to go, now. Anna turned to the old man. Come with us. We can help you. The old man shook his head. I've been waiting for you for a long time, priestess. I've been holding on, waiting for this moment. And now that you're here, I can let go. Let go of what? The burden of guarding the gate. The old man smiled. Take the stone, find the codex, and when you find it, you'll understand. Everything will make sense. Anna reached out to take the stone, but the old man's hand closed over hers, squeezing tight. Be careful, he whispered. The God is not what you think. He is not a God of lightning and power. He is a God of fear. And fear is the most powerful force in the world. The footsteps were getting louder. Go, the old man said. Go now. And remember, the stone is the key, but the codex is the door. And when you open that door, there's no going back. Carlos grabbed Anna's arm, pulling her toward a narrow passageway at the back of the chamber. Anna looked back just once and saw the old man sitting on his stone table, his hands folded, his eyes closed. And then they were running again through a maze of tunnels that seemed to go on forever, deeper and deeper into the earth. Chapter 4. The River of Souls. The tunnels were a labyrinth. Anna and Carlos moved through them in darkness, guided only by the faint glow of the stone in Anna's pocket. The walls were damp, covered in a slime that glistened in the dim light. The air was cold and heavy, smelling of earth and something else, something that might have been death. How do you know where we're going? Anna asked, her voice echoing in the narrow space. I don't, Carlos admitted. I've never been this far before. The old priest, he never let anyone past the chamber. Then we're lost? Not lost. Carlos paused, touching the wall with his fingers. The stone is guiding us. Can't you feel it? Anna closed her eyes and focused on the warmth in her pocket. There was a pull, a gentle tug toward the left. She turned and Carlos followed. They walked in silence for what felt like hours. The tunnels twisted and turned, sometimes opening up into large chambers, sometimes narrowing to passages so tight they had to squeeze through. The air grew warmer, and Anna could hear the sound of water, dripping, running, a river somewhere close. And then the tunnel opened up, and they stepped into a cathedral of stone. The cavern was enormous, its ceiling lost in darkness above them. The walls were covered in stalactites and stalagmites, formations that had been growing for millennia. And in the center of the cavern was a river. The water was dark, almost black, flowing silently through the heart of the earth. But as Anna looked closer, she saw something that made her breath catch. The water was glowing. Tiny particles of light floated in the current, like stars scattered on a dark sky. They pulsed with a rhythm that was almost musical, rising and falling in patterns that seemed meaningful somehow. "It's beautiful," Anna breathed. "It's the river of souls," Carlos said, his voice hushed. The Maya believed that the dead had to cross this river to reach Xibalba. The water is made of the tears of the gods. Anna stepped closer to the water, her hand reaching out to touch it. The surface was cool and smooth, and when she dipped her fingers in, the particles of light swirled around them like tiny fish. And then she heard the voice again. "You're getting closer, closer to the truth, closer to the door." Anna pulled her hand back, her heart racing. "Did you hear that?" "Hear what?" Carlos's face was pale in the dim light. "The voice, the woman's voice. She spoke to me." Carlos's eyes widened. "What did she say?" "She said, 'I'm getting closer.'" Anna shook her head. "Closer to what? I don't even know what I'm looking for." "The Codex," Carlos said. "You're looking for the Codex, the map to the place where the gods sleep." "You keep saying that, but what does it mean?" Carlos was silent for a moment. When he spoke, his voice was heavy with meaning. "The gods are not gods in the way you think. They're not beings of power and glory. They're patterns, forces of nature, archetypes that exist in the collective unconscious of humanity. I'm a linguist, Carlos, not a philosopher. Language is philosophy." Carlos smiled, a sad, knowing smile. The Maya didn't separate words from meaning. Every word was a gateway. Every symbol was a door. When you read a glyph, you weren't just reading a word. You were opening a channel to something beyond. Anna thought of her research, the hours she had spent decoding the Dresden Codex. She had always assumed that the symbols were just that, symbols, representations of sounds and ideas. But what if they were more? What if they were keys to something she couldn't even imagine? "The priest said I was a reincarnation," Anna said slowly. "A Maya priestess who buried the Codex. Is that possible?" "I don't know." Carlos's voice was soft. "But I do know that your work with the Codex is different from anyone else's. You understand things that others don't. You see connections that others miss. That doesn't mean I was a priestess in a past life. It just means I'm good at my job. I don't think it's that simple. Carlos stepped closer, his eyes searching hers. I've seen you with the stone. I've seen the way you move through these places, like you've been here before, like you know the way. Anna opened her mouth to argue, but before she could speak, there was a sound from the entrance of the cavern. Footsteps, many footsteps, and the harsh sound of voices. They followed us, Carlos whispered. They found the tunnel. Anna looked around frantically. There was no other exit. The cavern was a dead end, the river blocking their way to whatever lay beyond. Can we cross the river? She asked. Carlos shook his head. The water is dangerous. It's full of... I don't know what it's full of. But the old priest always said that only the dead could cross it. We're going to have to try anyway. Anna grabbed Carlos's hand and stepped into the water. The cold hit her like a physical blow. It wasn't just cold. It was the absence of warmth, the absence of life. The particles of light swirled around her, and she could feel them pressing against her skin, trying to push her back. Anna fought her way forward, the water rising to her hips, her waist, her chest. Carlos was beside her, his face set in grim determination. And then the water rose above their heads, and they were swimming. The particles of light were everywhere now, swirling around them in a vortex of golden and silver. Anna could feel something pulling at her, something that wanted to drag her down. She fought against it, kicking and pushing, her lungs burning with the effort. And then she saw it. At the bottom of the river, there was a face. A woman's face, pale and beautiful, her eyes wide open, her hair floating around her like seaweed. You're almost there, the face whispered. Almost there. Don't give up. Don't let the darkness take you. Anna kicked harder, pushing toward the surface. Her head broke the water, and she gasped for air, pulling Carlos up beside her. They had reached the other side of the river. Anna collapsed on the bank, her chest heaving, her muscles screaming. Carlos lay beside her, coughing up water, his face pale with exhaustion. And then they heard the voices behind them. The men had reached the edge of the river. They were standing on the other side, their weapons raised, their faces twisted with anger. "Cross it!" one of them shouted. "The woman is worth more than your lives." But the men didn't move. They stared at the river, their faces pale with fear. "Cross it!" the leader shouted again. One of the men stepped forward, his foot touching the water. And then he screamed. The particles of light swarmed around him, crawling up his leg, his chest, his face. He screamed again, a sound of pure terror, and then he fell into the water, his body dissolving into a cloud of golden light. The other men backed away, their faces white with fear. Anna watched, her heart pounding, as the leader of the group stared across the river at her. His eyes were burning with fury and hatred. "This isn't over," he shouted. "You can't hide forever. We'll find you. We'll find the Codex. And when we do, you'll pay for what you've done." "Let's go," Carlos said, pulling Anna to her feet. "We need to keep moving." They stumbled away from the river, through another tunnel that opened up into the darkness. The voices of the men faded behind them, replaced by the sound of water dripping and the rustle of creatures in the shadows. And Anna's hand was still burning with the warmth of the stone. Chapter 5. The Invisible City. The tunnel sloped upward, and soon Anna could see light ahead, a pale, diffused light that seemed to come from nowhere and everywhere at once. She quickened her pace, her heart pounding with anticipation, and then they emerged into the light. It was a city. But it wasn't a city that had ever been seen by human eyes. It rose from the jungle floor like a dream, its buildings covered in intricate carvings that seemed to move and shift in the light. The architecture was Maya, but not like any Maya city Anna had ever studied. It was older, stranger, more ancient than anything she had ever encountered. "What is this place?" she breathed. "This is Tulum Chi'in," Carlos said, his voice filled with awe. "The invisible city. It's not on any map. It's not in any history book. It's a place that exists outside of time." Anna walked forward, her feet carrying her through the streets of a city that shouldn't exist. The buildings were tall, their walls covered in sculptures of gods and monsters. The windows were dark, but Anna could feel eyes watching her from the shadows. "You shouldn't be here," a voice said from behind her. Anna spun around. There was a man standing there, tall and gaunt, dressed in the robes of a Maya priest. His face was ancient, his eyes filled with a terrible knowledge. "You shouldn't be here," he repeated. "This is a place of the dead, a place of the gods, a place that has been sealed for 1,000 years. "I was brought here," Anna said, "by the stone, by the voice." The priest's eyes widened. "The stone? You have the stone of Ka'wil?" Anna pulled the stone from her pocket and held it out. The priest reached for it, but his fingers stopped just short of touching it. "It's real," he breathed. "It's actually real." "What does it mean?" Anna asked. "The priest in the church said it was a key to the codex." "The codex," the priest laughed, a hollow, echoing sound. "The codex is not a book, child. It's a map to the place where the gods sleep, a place that has been lost for 1,000 years. "And where is that place?" The priest was silent for a moment. Then he gestured to the city around them. "This is it. This is the place where the gods sleep. The invisible city. The center of the universe." "I don't understand." The Maya believed that time is not a straight line. It's a circle, a wheel. Everything that has happened before will happen again. And at the center of that wheel, there is a place where all times meet, a place where the gods live. Anna looked around the city, and suddenly she understood. This wasn't just a city. It was a representation of the cosmos. Every building, every street, every carving was a symbol, a map of the heavens, a guide to the universe. "The codex is a map to this place," she whispered. The priest nodded. "Yes, but it's more than that. It's a map to the center of the city, the place where the gods sleep. And once you find that place—" "What happens?" "Everything changes." The priest's eyes were burning. "The gods wake up. The world as we know it ends. A new age begins." Anna felt the stone pulsing in her hand, its warmth spreading through her body. She could feel something inside the city calling to her, a presence that was ancient and terrible and wonderful all at once. "I need to find it," she said. "The center of the city. I need to find it." The priest shook his head. "You can't. It's protected. Only the one who carries the stone can see the path." "I carry the stone." The priest stared at her, his eyes searching hers, and then he nodded slowly. "Yes, you do. You've always carried it. In every life you've carried it." Anna closed her eyes and focused on the stone. She could feel the presence in the distance, a point of light in the darkness of her mind. She turned toward it, and when she opened her eyes, she saw something different. The streets of the city had changed. They had been straight before, leading in predictable directions. Now they were twisted, winding, folding in on themselves in ways that seemed to defy physics. But Anna could see the path, a shimmering thread of light that led through the chaos to the center of the city. "Follow me," she said, and she started to walk. Carlos followed her, his face pale with fear. The priest watched them go, his eyes filled with something that might have been hope. The path was treacherous. The streets twisted and turned, leading them through a maze of ancient buildings and forgotten temples. The shadows were alive with whispers, the walls covered in faces that watched them pass. And then they reached it, a temple. It rose from the center of the city like a mountain, its steps climbing to a platform that seemed to touch the sky. The walls were covered in carvings, symbols that Anna had never seen before, symbols that seemed to pulse with their own power. "This is it," Anna said. "This is the center of the city." Carlos stared up at the temple, his face pale. "I can't go any further. I'm not allowed. Only the one who carries the stone can enter." Anna turned to him, her heart heavy. "Wait for me?" "Always." Carlos smiled, a sad, gentle smile. "I'll wait for you forever." Anna climbed the steps of the temple, the stone pulsing in her hand. The steps were steep, each one a small mountain, but she forced herself to keep going. The presence at the top of the temple was calling to her, a voice that was ancient and terrible and beautiful all at once. And then she reached the top. The platform was empty, save for a single object, a stone altar covered in carvings that seemed to writhe and move like snakes. And on the altar there was a book, the Codex. Anna approached it slowly, her heart pounding. The book was small, no bigger than her hand, bound in leather that had turned black with age. The pages were made of bark, yellowed and cracked, covered in writing that seemed to glow with an inner light. Anna reached out her hand and touched the book. And everything went black. Chapter 6. The God of Fear. Anna stood in darkness. There was no sound, no light, no sensation of any kind. She might have been floating in a void or buried alive. She couldn't tell. And then the voice came. "You've found it." Anna turned, trying to find the source of the voice, but there was nothing, just the darkness. "Who are you?" she asked. "Where am I?" "You are in the place between worlds, the space that exists between thoughts, the home of the gods." "I don't believe in gods." The darkness laughed, a rich, warm sound that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere. "You don't have to believe in us for us to exist. We were here long before humanity. We'll be here long after you're gone." And then the darkness began to take shape. It formed into a figure, a massive creature, part man and part beast, covered in scales that glistened in the darkness. Its head was that of a jaguar, its teeth bared in the snarl. In one hand it held a shield of obsidian, in the other a knife of flint. "Kawil," Anna breathed. The creature smiled, a terrible, predatory expression. "Yes, you know me. You've always known me. I am the god of lightning, the god of power, the god of fear." "Fear? Why do you think they feared me?" The creature stepped closer, its claws clicking on the invisible floor. "Because I was the god of things that should not be, the god of the darkness that lives in every heart, the god of the monster that waits in the shadows." Anna stood her ground, though every instinct told her to run. "The Maya believed you were a god of hope, a god of renewal." "They were wrong." Ka'awil's voice was filled with contempt. "They were wrong about everything. They built their temples to appease me. They spilled their blood to keep me at bay. And I took their offerings, and I grew stronger." "Stronger?" "I am fear, little one, and the fear of the Maya made me powerful. They feared the end of the world. They feared the end of their time, and that fear was my food." Anna thought of the prophecy of 2012, the supposed end of the world that had never come. "The calendar didn't end," she said. "It was just a cycle." "Ah, but a cycle can end," Ka'awil smiled. "And when it ends, a new cycle begins. The Maya knew this. They feared it. But they also hoped. They hoped that the cycle would bring something new, something better." "And did it?" Ka'awil laughed. "No, it brought more of the same, more fear, more blood, more power for me." Anna felt a chill run down her spine. "What do you want from me?" "What do I want?" Ka'awil stepped closer, his eyes burning in the darkness. "I want what I've always wanted. I want to be free. I want to walk the world again. I want to taste the fear of humanity once more." "And you need me for that?" "Yes." Ka'awil's voice was eager, almost desperate. "You carry the stone. You can open the door. You can release me from this prison." Anna closed her eyes, thinking. The old priest had warned her. The god was not what he seemed. He was a god of fear, and fear was the most powerful force in the world. "Why should I help you?" she asked. "Because I can give you what you want," Ka'awil said. "Power, knowledge, immortality. I can give you the secrets of the universe." "I don't want power. I don't want immortality." "Then what do you want?" Anna opened her eyes and looked at the creature before her. "I want to understand. That's all. I want to understand." Ka'awil laughed again, a bitter, angry sound. "Oh, little one, you do understand. You understand better than anyone. That's why I chose you." Anna shook her head. "I didn't choose this. I didn't choose any of this." "No, you didn't choose it. You were chosen." Ka'awil's eyes burned with an ancient fire. "And you can't escape it. You are the vessel of my return." Anna felt the stone in her hand begin to pulse with a terrible heat. She looked down at it and saw that it was glowing, a golden light that seemed to pulse in time with her heartbeat. "Don't do this," she said, her voice trembling. "Don't make me do this." "I'm not making you do anything," Ka'awil said. "I'm giving you a choice. You can free me and receive the power of the gods, or you can resist me and watch everything you love burn." "Everything I love?" "Your work, your research, your legacy, all of it gone." Ka'awil smiled. "The Codex is a map, little one, a map to everything that I am. If you use it, you can have it all. If you don't—" Anna thought of her office in Moscow, the books, the papers, the years of work, all of it leading to this moment. "This is my choice?" she asked. "Fear or loss?" "Yes." Ka'awil's voice was gentle, almost kind. "It's always your choice." Anna looked down at the stone in her hand. It was warm, pulsing with a light that seemed to come from another world. She could feel the power in it, the power of 1,000 years of fear and blood and hope. And she realized that Ka'awil was wrong. It wasn't a choice between fear and loss. It was a choice between fear and something else. Something that had nothing to do with power or knowledge or immortality. Something that had everything to do with courage. "Go to hell," Anna said quietly, and she dropped the stone. The moment it hit the ground, the world exploded. The darkness shattered like glass, replaced by a blinding light that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere. Anna felt herself falling through a void of sound and color, and then she hit the ground with a jolt. She was lying on the platform of the temple, the codex clutched in her hands. The book was warm, pulsing with a light that seemed to echo the stone she had dropped somewhere in the void. And standing over her, his eyes wild with fear, was Carlos. "Anna," he said, his voice filled with relief. "You're alive. You came back." "I didn't go anywhere," she said, pushing herself to her feet. "I was here the whole time." Carlos shook his head. You were gone for hours. I tried to climb the steps, but I couldn't. Something was stopping me. Anna looked down at the codex in her hands. The symbols on its pages were glowing, pulsing with a light that seemed to match her own heartbeat. What happened in there? Carlos asked. Anna looked up at the sky. The sun was setting, casting the city in a haze of gold and red. She could feel the presence of Kawil, still in the darkness, waiting for her to make a mistake. I stood up to a god, she said quietly, and I think I won. Carlos stared at her, his face filled with awe. What does that mean? I'm not sure. Anna looked down at the codex. But I think it means that the battle is just beginning. Chapter 7. The Serpent's Shadow. They descended the temple steps in silence, the weight of the codex heavy against Anna's chest. The city around them was changing, its luminous stones dimming as the sun sank beyond the jungle canopy. Shadows stretched like grasping fingers across the plazas, and the whispers that had been constant since their arrival grew louder, more insistent. The city knows we've taken it, Carlos said, his voice low. It's waking. Anna clutched the book tighter. Its leather binding was warm against her skin, pulsing with a rhythm that matched her own heartbeat. She could feel the glyphs moving beneath her fingers, rearranging themselves, trying to communicate something she couldn't quite grasp. We need to find a way out, she said. The entrance we came through, it's blocked by the river, and the cartel is still there. There are other exits, Carlos said, but his voice betrayed his uncertainty. The old priest spoke of them, passages that lead to the surface, but they're guarded. Guarded by what? Carlos didn't answer. He just pointed ahead, where the main avenue of the city opened into a vast plaza dominated by a structure Anna hadn't noticed before. It was a pyramid, not as grand as the one she had climbed, but older. Its stones were black, almost obsidian, and carved with serpents that coiled around each other in endless spirals. At its base, there was a doorway, dark and yawning, like a mouth waiting to swallow them whole. That's the Serpent's Gate, Carlos said. It leads to the surface, but the stories say that only the pure of heart can pass through. Anna looked at the doorway and felt a chill that had nothing to do with the temperature. The serpents carved into the stone seemed to be watching her, their eyes glittering with an intelligence that was not quite human. I'm not pure of heart, she said quietly. I'm a scholar, a skeptic. I don't believe in any of this. Maybe that's exactly what purity means. Carlos's hand found hers, warm and steady. Believing in nothing but the truth, seeking knowledge for its own sake. They walked toward the doorway, their footsteps echoing in the empty plaza. The whispers grew louder, forming words that Anna could almost understand. Words in a language she had never learned but somehow recognized. Kawil, Kawil, the serpent waits. Anna stopped at the threshold. The darkness beyond was absolute, a void that seemed to suck the light from the world. She could feel the codex pulsing in her hands, urging her forward. Ready? She asked Carlos. He nodded, his face pale but determined. They stepped into the darkness. The passage was narrow, the walls so close that Anna's shoulders brushed against the stone. The air was cold and still, carrying the scent of damp earth and something else, something metallic and sharp. Blood. Anna's hand found the wall, and she felt the carvings beneath her fingers. Serpents everywhere. Their scales were rough, their bodies winding along the stone in an endless dance. She could almost hear them hissing in the darkness. And then the light came. It was faint at first, a pinprick of gold in the distance. But it grew as they walked, expanding until it filled the tunnel with a warm, pulsing glow. Anna looked up and saw that the walls were covered in a phosphorescent moss, its light ebbing and flowing like a tide. "The living stone," Carlos breathed. "I've only heard stories. It's supposed to guide the worthy." The tunnel opened into a chamber, and Anna gasped. It was a library. Not a library of books, but of bones. The walls were lined with niches, each one containing a skeleton perfectly preserved, its hands folded over its chest. And on the floor, carved into the stone, was a map of the city above, with the pyramid at its center. "This is the heart of the city," Anna said, her voice hushed. "The place where the priests buried their secrets." Carlos knelt beside the map, tracing the lines with his finger. "There's a passage here. It leads north, toward the coast. If we can reach it, we might be able to escape." But Anna wasn't listening. She had seen something else, a small alcove in the wall, set apart from the others. Inside, there was a single skeleton, smaller than the rest, its hands clutching an object that glittered in the phosphorescent light. She approached it slowly, her heart pounding. The object was a mirror, a disk of polished obsidian, its surface dark and reflective. But when Anna looked into it, she didn't see her own face. She saw a woman with her eyes, her cheekbones, but different, older, wiser, dressed in the robes of a Maya priestess, with a crown of quetzal feathers on her head. And the woman was speaking. "You found the codex," the woman said, "but the codex is not enough. You need the mirror. The mirror shows the truth. The codex shows the path. Together, they open the door." Anna reached out and took the mirror. The moment her fingers touched the obsidian, the image in the glass shifted. Now she saw the city from above, a bird's-eye view of the streets and temples. And at the center of it all, there was a light, a brilliant golden light that pulsed like a heartbeat. "The door," she whispered. "That's the door." Carlos looked up from the map, his eyes widening as he saw the mirror. "Where did you find that?" "In the alcove. It was with the skeleton." Carlos crossed himself, a gesture Anna had never seen him make before. "That's the mirror of the sun, the most sacred object of the Maya priesthood. It was lost centuries ago." "It's not lost anymore." Anna tucked the mirror into her bag next to the codex. "We need to move. The cartel is still out there, and the city is waking. I can feel it." They followed the map, navigating through a maze of tunnels that twisted and turned beneath the city. The passages were ancient, their walls covered in carvings that told the story of the gods, the creation of the world, the birth of humanity, the great flood that had ended the first age. And then they reached the end. The tunnel opened onto a cliff face, overlooking a valley filled with jungle. Below them, the trees stretched to the horizon, their leaves glistening in the dying light of the sun. In the distance, Anna could see the ruins of a city. A real city, one that existed in the real world. "We made it," she breathed. But Carlos grabbed her arm, pulling her back into the shadows. "Wait, look." Anna followed his gaze. In the valley below, there were lights. Electric lights cutting through the darkness of the jungle, and the sound of engines growing louder. "They found us," Carlos said. "They knew about this exit." Anna's heart sank. She had been so close, but now the cartel was here, and they were trapped between the city and the valley. "We need to go back," she said. Carlos shook his head. "There's nowhere to go. The city is sealing itself. We have to go forward." They stepped out onto the cliff face, and Anna saw that there was a path, a narrow ledge that wound down the rock face toward the valley floor. It was treacherous, barely wide enough for a single person, but it was the only way. "Follow me," Carlos said, and he began to descend. Anna followed, her heart pounding. The ledge was slippery with moss, and the wind was picking up, threatening to push her off balance. She kept her eyes fixed on Carlos's back, trying not to look down at the drop below. Halfway down, she heard a shout from above. She looked up and saw figures silhouetted against the sky, men with weapons, their faces twisted with anger. "There they are!" someone shouted. And then the shooting started. The bullets ricocheted off the rock face, sending shards of stone flying. Anna pressed herself against the cliff, her heart racing. Carlos was below her, urging her to keep moving. "Come on, faster!" Anna moved as fast as she dared, her hands scrabbling for purchase on the wet rock. The bullets were getting closer, tearing through the air around her. And then she slipped. Her feet lost their grip, and she was falling. She grabbed at the rock, her fingers scraping against the surface, but she couldn't hold on. The world spun around her, a blur of green and gray, and then she hit something. Water. Cold and dark, it closed over her head, swallowing her whole. Chapter 8. The Man Who Would Be God. Anna surfaced with a gasp, her lungs burning. She was in a pool at the bottom of a waterfall, the water swirling around her in a vortex of foam and spray. Above her, the cliff face rose into the darkness, and she could still hear the shouts of the cartel members echoing in the night. But she was alive. She swam to the edge of the pool and dragged herself onto the bank, coughing up water. Her bag was still with her, the codex and the mirror safe inside. She checked for Carlos, but there was no sign of him. "Carlos!" she shouted. "Carlos, where are you?" There was no answer, just the sound of the waterfall and the distant chatter of the men above. Anna stumbled to her feet and looked around. She was in a clearing at the base of the cliff, surrounded by trees that seemed to lean in, watching her. The pool fed into a small stream that wound away into the darkness. And then she saw it, a figure lying on the bank further downstream. She ran to it, her heart pounding. It was Carlos, his face pale, his eyes closed. There was blood on his forehead, and his arm was twisted at an unnatural angle. "Carlos!" She knelt beside him, pressing her fingers to his neck. His pulse was faint, but it was there. "Carlos, please, wake up." His eyes flickered open. "Anna," he murmured, "you're safe. Good. We need to get out of here." Anna looked around frantically. "They're still coming. We need to hide." "There's a village," Carlos said weakly. "Not far. The people there, they're loyal. They'll protect you." Anna helped him to his feet, supporting his weight as they stumbled into the jungle. The stream led them through a narrow valley, and soon they could see lights ahead, the warm, flickering glow of fires in the distance. The village was small, a collection of huts built around a central plaza. The people were Maya, their faces weathered by the sun, their clothes simple and practical. They watched Anna and Carlos approach with a mixture of curiosity and wariness. But when they saw Carlos, their expressions changed. They rushed forward, helping to support him, chattering in a language that Anna couldn't understand. One of them, an old woman with silver hair and eyes that seemed to see everything, approached Anna. "You are the one," she said in Spanish. "The one from the city." I don't know what you mean." "The woman of the stone." The old woman's eyes were piercing. "We've been waiting for you." Anna's heart sank. "Everyone seems to have been waiting for me. What do you want from me?" The old woman smiled, but it wasn't a kind smile. "We want nothing from you, but we have much to give." She gestured to a hut at the edge of the plaza. "Come, there is someone you need to meet." Anna followed the old woman into the hut. Inside, it was warm and smoky, lit by a single fire that burned in a stone hearth. And sitting on a mat in the corner was a man. He was white, tall, with fair hair and blue eyes that seemed out of place in the jungle. He wore expensive clothes, his suit tailored and clean, and he was holding a book in his hands. A book that looked exactly like the codex Anna had found. "Dr. Volkova," the man said, his voice smooth and cultured. "I've been expecting you." Anna froze. "Who are you?" "My name is Smith. Alexander Smith." The man smiled, and it was a smile that didn't reach his eyes. "I'm a scholar, like you. I studied at Harvard, wrote my thesis on Maya cosmology. But I realized that the academic world is too small for what I want to achieve." "What do you want?" Smith's smile widened. "I want what we all want. Power, immortality, control over the forces that shape our existence." He held up the book. "And you have the key." Anna looked at the book in his hands. It was the same size as her codex, the same binding, but there was something wrong with it. The glyphs on the cover were reversed, mirror images of the ones she had seen. "That's a fake," she said. Smith laughed, a cold, hollow sound. "Oh, it's real enough. But it's not complete. The codex was split into 6 parts, each one hidden in a different place. I have one, you have another, and I need the rest." Anna felt the codex in her bag, warm against her side. "Why should I help you?" "Because if you don't, I'll burn this village to the ground." Smith's voice was casual, as if he were discussing the weather. and everyone in it, including Carlos. Anna's blood ran cold. "You're insane." "Insane?" Smith laughed again. "I'm the most sane person you'll ever meet. I know what I want, and I know how to get it. You, on the other hand, are still trying to figure out why you're here." Anna was silent. He was right, in a way. She still didn't understand her role in all of this. "I'm going to give you a choice," Smith said. "You can give me the codex fragment you have, and I'll let you walk away. Or you can refuse, and I'll take it from you. Either way, I'm getting what I want." Anna's hand went to her bag, her fingers brushing against the leather of the codex. She could feel its warmth, its pulse, and she could hear the voice of the woman in the vision. The codex shows the path. The mirror shows the truth. She didn't know what the truth was, but she knew that Smith wasn't it. "No," she said quietly. "I won't give it to you." Smith's expression didn't change. "I was hoping you'd say that." He raised his hand, and suddenly there were men behind her, their hands grabbing her arms, pulling her back. "Take her to the pyramid. We'll extract the information we need." Chapter 9. The Trial of the Seeker. Anna was dragged through the village, past the huts where the Maya families huddled in fear, past the central plaza where the fire still burned. The men were rough, their hands bruising her arms, and she could hear Carlos shouting somewhere in the distance. They took her to the edge of the village, where there was a small pyramid, a ruin that had been reclaimed by the jungle. It was smaller than the temples in the invisible city, but it was still imposing, its stones covered in carvings that told the story of Kawil. Smith was waiting for her at the base of the pyramid, his fake codex in his hands. "I know you have the mirror too," he said. "The mirror of the sun. It's the only way to read the true codex." Anna said nothing. She just stared at him, her eyes burning with defiance. "Search her," Smith ordered. The men tore open her bag, spilling its contents on the ground. The mirror fell out, clattering against the stone, its surface reflecting the firelight in 1,000 fragments. Smith picked it up, his eyes gleaming. "Beautiful." He held it up to his face, examining his own reflection. "They say this mirror was used by the priestesses to see the future. Do you think it's true?" "I think you're a fool," Anna said. "You don't understand what you're dealing with." "No?" Smith's voice was mocking. "I understand perfectly. Kawil is a god of fear, and fear is the most powerful force in the universe. With the codex and the mirror, I can control that fear. I can make people worship me. I can become a god." "Kawil will destroy you," Anna said. "He uses people. He doesn't serve them." "He'll try," Smith smiled. "But I'm prepared. I have the ritual. I have the sacrifices. And I have you." Anna felt a chill run down her spine. "What are you talking about?" "The ritual requires the blood of the vessel," Smith said. "The one who carries the stone. The one who was chosen. That's you, Dr. Volkova. Your blood is the key to opening the gate." Anna backed away, but the men blocked her. "You can't do this. The Maya weren't barbarians. They didn't sacrifice people for power." "No," Smith agreed. They sacrificed people to keep the gods at bay, to maintain the balance. But I'm not trying to maintain anything. I'm trying to break it. He gestured to the pyramid. Take her up. We'll begin the ritual at dawn. The men dragged Anna up the steps of the pyramid, their hands bruising her skin. She looked out over the village, the trees, the jungle stretching to the horizon. The world was peaceful, sleeping, unaware of the darkness that was about to descend. And then she saw it, a flash of black in the shadows, a creature moving through the night with a grace that was almost supernatural. It was a cat, a black cat, its eyes burning like embers in the darkness. Anna's heart skipped. She had seen this cat before, in the church, in the tunnels. It had been watching her, following her. The cat moved toward the pyramid, silent and swift. And then it was gone, disappearing into the undergrowth. Anna was tied to a stone altar at the top of the pyramid, the mirror and the fake codex placed beside her. She could hear Smith chanting below, his voice rising in an ancient language that made her skin crawl. But she wasn't afraid. She closed her eyes and focused on the warmth in her bag, the warmth of the true codex. She thought of the woman in the vision, the priestess who had buried the codex centuries ago. She thought of her own life, her own work, her own search for truth. And she understood. The codex wasn't a map to power. It was a map to understanding. It was the Maya way of saying that the universe is full of secrets, and that some secrets are better left unopened. Anna opened her eyes and looked at Smith, who was climbing the steps toward her, a knife in his hand. "You don't understand the codex," she said. "You never did." Smith laughed. "I understand enough. It's a map to the door, and with your blood, I can open that door." "No," Anna said. "The codex is a warning. It tells the story of Kawil, the god of fear, and it warns that anyone who tries to control fear will be consumed by it." Smith's hand tightened on the knife. "You're lying." "I'm telling the truth." Anna's voice was calm, steady. "The Maya didn't worship Kawil. They feared him. They built temples to keep him imprisoned. And the codex is the key to that prison, not to release him, to keep him locked away forever." Smith stared at her, his face twisted with doubt. "No, that's not what it says. I read it. The glyphs, they speak of power." "The glyphs speak of the power of fear," Anna said. "But they also speak of the power of courage, of hope, of the strength to stand against the darkness." Smith raised the knife, his hand trembling. "You're wrong. You're wrong." And then the cat appeared. It leaped from the shadows, a blur of black and gold, its claws sinking into Smith's arm. He screamed, dropping the knife, and the cat turned on him, its eyes burning with an ancient fire. Anna watched in shock as the cat drove Smith back, his blood staining the stones. He stumbled, falling backward, and then he was gone, over the edge of the pyramid, his scream fading into the darkness. The cat sat on the altar and looked at Anna with its amber eyes. And then, in a voice that was not quite a voice, it spoke. "You have passed the trial, priestess. You have proven yourself worthy." Anna stared at the cat, her heart pounding. What are you?" I am what you call Balaam, the spirit of the jaguar, the guardian of the codex. I have been with you since the beginning. I don't understand. You will, the cat said, in time. But for now, you must leave this place. The darkness is not defeated. It is only wounded. Smith will return, and when he does, you must be ready. The cat leaped from the altar and disappeared into the night, leaving Anna alone on the pyramid. She untied herself and gathered her things, the true codex, the mirror, and the fake codex that Smith had dropped. She looked down at the village below, where the Maya were emerging from their huts, their faces filled with wonder. And she knew that her journey was just beginning. Chapter 10. The Map of the Soul. They called it the Dresden Codex in the academic world, but Anna knew now that it was more than that. It was a map of the soul, a guide to the inner world, the space between thoughts, where the gods and the demons of the human heart fought their eternal battle. She sat in the old woman's hut, the codex open on her lap, the mirror gleaming in the firelight. Carlos was beside her, his arm bandaged, his face still pale from his injuries. The codex was never meant to be a physical book, Anna said, speaking more to herself than to him. It was a mnemonic device, a way to remember something that couldn't be written down. Remember what? Carlos asked. Anna traced the glyphs with her finger. The Maya understood something that we've forgotten. They understood that the universe is made of patterns, patterns of energy, of thought, of emotion. And they learned to manipulate those patterns through language, through ritual, through blood. Blood? They used blood as a medium, Anna said. They believed that blood carried the essence of a person, their memories, their identity, their soul. Carlos was quiet for a moment. What does that mean for us? Anna looked at him, her eyes bright with understanding. It means that the codex isn't just a map. It's a key to unlocking the soul. It can show us who we really are, who we've always been. She reached out and took his hand. I've been having visions, Carlos, seeing things that aren't there. But I think they're memories. Memories of a past life. The life of the priestess who buried the codex. Reincarnation, Carlos breathed. Maybe, or maybe something else. Something the Maya understood better than we do. Anna looked down at the codex. I think I'm meant to find the rest of it, the other 5 fragments. I think I'm meant to put them together. Carlos squeezed her hand. Then we'll do it together. Anna smiled. It was the first time she had smiled in what felt like days. Thank you. But even as she said it, she felt a shadow in her heart. Smith was still out there, wounded but not dead. And Kawil was still waiting, his hunger growing with every passing moment. The battle was far from over. Anna looked at the mirror, its surface dark and reflective. She could see her own face in it, but she could also see something else, a glimmer of gold in the depths of the obsidian. The sun, rising. A new day was coming, and Anna was ready to face it. Chapter 11. The Blood of the Earth. The dream came to Anna in fragments, like shards of a broken mirror that refused to fit together. She was standing in a temple, Not the one she had climbed, but another, older, its stones worn smooth by centuries of rain. The air was thick with incense, the smoke curling around her like the fingers of ghosts. She wore the robes of a priestess, heavy with jade and quetzal feathers, and in her hands she held a child. The child was crying, its face streaked with tears. Anna tried to soothe it, but her hands wouldn't obey. They were moving on their own, lifting the child toward the altar, toward the knife that glittered in the torchlight. "No," she tried to scream. "No, I won't do this." But the knife descended, and the child's cries stopped, and the blood flowed like a river across the stone. Anna woke with a gasp, her heart pounding. She was in the old woman's hut, the fire reduced to embers, the darkness pressing in around her. Carlos was asleep beside her, his breathing slow and steady. She sat up, her hands trembling. The dream had felt so real, so visceral. She could still smell the blood, still hear the child's screams. Bad dreams? Anna looked up. The old woman was sitting in the corner of the hut, her eyes gleaming in the darkness. She was weaving something, a cord of red and black fibers that seemed to pulse with an inner light. "Who are you?" Anna asked. "Really?" The old woman smiled. "I am Mother Zarita, the guardian of the village, the keeper of the old ways." She set down her weaving and moved closer, her movements fluid and silent. "You dreamed of the sacrifice." Anna nodded, her throat tight. "I was the priestess. I killed a child." "Not killed," Mother Zarita said gently. "Offered. There's a difference." "What difference? The child still died." "Yes." The old woman's eyes were sad. "The child died, but the village lived. The rain came. The crops grew. The gods were satisfied, and the people survived." Anna shook her head. "That's barbaric." "To you, perhaps." Mother Zarita's voice was soft. "But to the Maya, it was the highest honor. The child was chosen by the gods. Their death was not an ending, but a beginning, a return to the source of all life." Anna thought of the child in her dream. Its face had been so small, so innocent. How could anyone believe that such a death was a gift? "You don't understand," Mother Zarita said, reading her thoughts. "The world you live in, the world of science and reason, is new, only a few hundred years old. The Maya lived for thousands of years in harmony with the forces of nature. They knew that life and death are the same thing, two sides of the same coin." Anna looked down at her hands. They were clean, but she could still feel the blood on them. "I can't accept that."
You don't have to accept it. You just have to understand it. Mother Zarita reached out and took Anna's hands. "The codex you carry, it contains the knowledge of our ancestors, the knowledge of how to live in balance with the universe. But it also contains the knowledge of how to break that balance. That's what Smith wants. He wants to use the codex to tear down the walls between worlds." "I know. He told me." "Then you know what's at stake." Mother Zarita's grip tightened. "You must find the other fragments before he does. You must complete the codex. and you must decide what to do with it when it's whole." Anna pulled her hands away. "Why me? Why not you? Why not anyone else?" "Because you were chosen." Mother Zarita's eyes were burning. "The stone chose you. The mirror chose you. The codex chose you. You are the vessel, Anna, the one who carries the burden of our people." Anna wanted to argue, to deny it all, but she couldn't. The stone was warm against her chest, the codex was pulsing in her bag, and she could feel the presence of the jaguar spirit at the edge of her consciousness. She had been chosen, whether she wanted it or not. "What do I do?" she asked quietly. Mother Zarita smiled. "First, you rest. You've been through too much. Tomorrow we'll talk about the next fragment." She rose and moved toward the door of the hut. "Sleep, Anna. The journey ahead is long." Anna lay back down, but sleep wouldn't come. She stared at the ceiling, the dream still echoing in her mind. The child's face, the blood, the knife. And in the darkness she heard a whisper. "You remember. You always remember." Anna closed her eyes and tried to block out the voice, but it was inside her, part of her, as familiar as her own heartbeat. You were there. You were always there. The first priestess, the one who started it all. "I don't know what you're talking about," Anna whispered. "You do. You just don't want to admit it. You've been running from the truth for 500 years, but now the truth has caught up with you." Anna opened her eyes and saw the cat. It was sitting at the foot of her mat, its golden eyes fixed on her. "What do you want from me?" she asked. "I want you to remember," the cat said. "I want you to remember who you really are." And then the cat was gone, and Anna was alone in the darkness. Chapter 12. The Serpent's Daughter. Morning came with the sound of birds, a chorus of calls that seemed to come from everywhere at once. Anna rose, her body aching from the events of the previous day, and stepped outside the hut. The village was waking. Women were drawing water from the well, children were chasing each other through the plaza, and men were preparing for the day's work. It was a scene of ordinary life, so different from the chaos of the night before. Carlos was waiting for her at the edge of the plaza, his arm in a sling, his face still pale. "How did you sleep?" "Like a stone." Anna's voice was flat. "I don't want to talk about it." Carlos nodded, understanding. "Mother Zarita wants to see you. She says there's something you need to see." Anna followed him through the village, past the huts and the gardens, to the edge of the jungle. There, hidden among the trees, was a small shrine, a single stone altar surrounded by carvings of serpents. Mother Zarita was waiting for her. "This is the shrine of the Serpent's Daughter," she said, "the most sacred place in our village. It was built by the first priestess, the one who buried the codex." Anna looked at the altar. It was covered in offerings, flowers, incense, small clay figures that represented gods and animals. And in the center there was a stone.
It was identical to the one Anna had found in the church. Same size, same shape, same markings. But this one was different. This one was cold. "Touch it," Mother Zarita said. Anna reached out and touched the stone. The moment her skin made contact, she felt a shock, not of pain, but of recognition. The stone was her stone. It had been waiting for her. And then the vision came. She was in the temple again, the one from her dream. But this time there was no child. There was only a woman, the priestess, the woman with her face. She was kneeling before the altar, her hands raised to the heavens. "I am the serpent's daughter," she said. "I am the guardian of the Codex. I am the one who will protect the secrets of the Maya until the time of the return." Anna watched as the priestess took a knife and cut her own palm. The blood dripped onto the altar, and the stone began to glow. "I offer myself," the priestess said. "I offer my blood, my life, my soul. I offer everything I am to protect the knowledge of our people." And then the priestess was gone, and the altar was empty, and the vision faded. Anna blinked, her hand still on the stone. What was that? "The memory of the first priestess," Mother Zarita said. "The one who made the sacrifice. The one who bound the Codex to the blood of her descendants." Anna pulled her hand away. "I'm not her. I'm not anyone's descendant." "Oh, but you are." Mother Zarita's voice was soft. "You carry her blood in your veins. That's why the stone responded to you. That's why you were chosen." Anna shook her head. "This is insane. I'm Russian. My ancestors were from Moscow, not Mexico." "Blood doesn't care about borders," Mother Zarita smiled. "The Maya traded with people from all over the world. Your ancestors may have traveled far from this land, but they carried the blood of the priestess with them." Anna felt a cold knot forming in her stomach. She had always thought of herself as a scholar, a seeker of truth, but now she was being asked to accept something far more terrifying, that she was part of a legacy she had never known, a destiny she had never chosen. "The Codex," she said. "I need to understand it, all of it." Mother Zarita nodded. "That's why you're here. That's why I brought you to this place." She reached into her robes and pulled out a small object, a piece of jade carved into the shape of a serpent. "This is the second fragment, the one we've been guarding for centuries." Anna took the jade, her fingers trembling. The moment she touched it, she felt a warmth spread through her body, a sense of recognition that was almost overwhelming. "This is it," she breathed. "This is part of the Codex." Mother Zarita nodded. "Yes, and now that you have 2 fragments, you need to find the others. There are 6 in total, each one hidden in a different place. But be warned, Anna, the journey to find them will be dangerous. Smith knows about the fragments. He'll do anything to get them." Anna looked at the jade in her hand. It was beautiful, intricate, carved with symbols that seemed to move in the light. She could feel its power, its purpose, its connection to everything she had learned. "I'll find them," she said. "I'll find them all." Chapter 13.
The Hunters in the Dark. They left the village at dawn, Carlos leading the way through the jungle. The second fragment was secured in Anna's bag, next to the codex and the mirror. They had food, water, and a map that Mother Zarita had drawn. A map of the hidden places where the remaining fragments were buried. The next fragment is in the caves of the sleeping gods, Carlos said, studying the map. About 3 days' journey through the jungle. 3 days? Anna's heart sank. Smith will find us long before then. He doesn't know where we're going. Carlos folded the map and tucked it into his pocket. We have the advantage. But Anna wasn't so sure. As they walked through the jungle, she felt the weight of the fragments in her bag, the warmth of their power radiating through the leather. And she felt something else, too, a presence watching them from the shadows. "Carlos," she said softly, "do you feel that?" Carlos nodded, his hand moving to the knife at his belt. "I feel it. We're being followed." They quickened their pace, moving through the jungle with renewed urgency. The trees closed in around them, their branches like grasping fingers, and the calls of the birds fell silent. And then they heard it, a sound that made Anna's blood run cold. The howl of a jaguar. "Run!" Carlos shouted. They ran, crashing through the underbrush, their lungs burning. Behind them, the howl came again, closer this time, and Anna could hear the sound of something large moving through the trees. They burst into a clearing, and Anna saw the cave. It was a gaping mouth in the rock face, dark and cold, the entrance covered in carvings that seemed to writhe in the shadows. "In there!" Carlos shouted. They ran toward the cave, and as Anna crossed the threshold, she felt a shift in the air, a cold, ancient presence that made her skin prickle. The howl came again, but this time it was distant. Whatever had been following them had stopped at the entrance to the cave. "It won't follow us here," Carlos said, his voice tight. "This place is sacred. The guardians won't let it pass." Anna leaned against the wall of the cave, catching her breath. The air was cool and still, carrying the scent of earth and something else, something metallic, like old blood. "Where are we?" she asked. "The caves of the sleeping gods," Carlos said. The ancient Maya believed that the gods lived here, that they slept beneath the earth, waiting for the day when they would wake. Anna looked around the cave. It was larger than she had expected, its walls covered in carvings that told a story she couldn't quite read. Figures of gods and monsters, scenes of sacrifice and celebration, symbols that seemed to glow in the dim light. And at the center of the cave there was a stone. It was a large slab of black obsidian, smooth and reflective, like the mirror she had found in the invisible city. But this one was different. This one was covered in symbols, the same symbols that were in the codex. "This is it," she breathed. "This is the third fragment." She approached the stone, her hand reaching out to touch it. And then the cave began to shake. Anna stumbled back, her heart pounding. The carvings on the walls were glowing, pulsing with an inner light that seemed to come from deep within the earth. And from the darkness, she heard a voice that was ancient and terrible and wonderful all at once. "You have come." Anna turned. Standing in the entrance to the cave was a figure, a man, tall and gaunt, dressed in the robes of a Maya priest. His face was covered in tattoos, his eyes burning with a fire that seemed to come from another world. "Who are you?" Anna asked. The man smiled, and his teeth were filed to points. "I am the guardian of the cave, the keeper of the sleeping gods, and you are the one who has come to wake them." "No," Anna shook her head. "I'm not here to wake anyone. I'm here for the stone, the fragment." The man laughed, a cold, hollow sound. "The stone is not a fragment. It is a seal that keeps the gods asleep. If you take it, you break the seal, and the gods will wake." Anna looked at Carlos, her eyes wide. "I didn't know. I didn't mean—" "It doesn't matter what you meant." The man stepped forward, his eyes fixed on Anna. "You have already taken 2 fragments. The seal is already weakening. If you take the 3rd, there will be no going back." Anna felt the weight of the fragments in her bag. She had thought she was doing the right thing, finding the pieces of the codex. But now she realized that she might be doing something far worse. "What do I do?" she asked. The man smiled again. "That is the question, isn't it? The question that has haunted humanity since the beginning. What do you do when you realize that your actions have consequences you never imagined?" Anna closed her eyes, thinking. She could feel the presence of the cat at the edge of her consciousness, watching her, waiting for her decision. And then she knew. "I take the stone," she said. "I have to. It's the only way to understand the codex. The only way to stop Smith." The man nodded slowly. "So be it. But know this, Anna Volkova. Once you take the 3rd fragment, the path behind you will be closed. You will have no choice but to see this through to the end." Anna stepped forward and touched the stone. The moment her fingers made contact, the carvings on the walls blazed with light, and the ground beneath her feet began to shake. The man in the robes laughed, and then he was gone, dissolving into shadow. And Anna fell into darkness. Chapter 14. The Heart of the Jaguar. When Anna opened her eyes, she was no longer in the cave. She was in a jungle, but it wasn't a jungle she recognized. The trees were different, taller, their leaves a deeper shade of green. The air was thick with humidity, and the sounds of the forest were strange, alien. She looked down at her hands. She was wearing the robes of a priestess. "No," she whispered, "not again." But the vision was already taking hold, pulling her into a past she had never lived. She was running through the forest, the codex clutched to her chest. Behind her, she could hear the shouts of men, Spanish men, their voices thick with greed. They had come to destroy everything, to burn the temples and steal the gold. But they wouldn't get the codex, not while she was alive. She ran until she reached the river, a roaring torrent of black water that seemed to stretch to the horizon. She had been here before. This was the place where the Maya believed the dead crossed into Xibalba, and she knew what she had to do. She waded into the water, the codex held above her head. The cold was intense, numbing her body, but she pushed forward. The men were still behind her, their shouts growing louder. She reached the center of the river, and she stopped.
The water was up to her chest now, and she could feel the current pulling at her, trying to drag her under. She opened the codex and began to read. The words were ancient, powerful, filled with the magic of 1,000 years of worship. She read them aloud, her voice rising above the roar of the water. And as she read, the codex began to glow. The men reached the edge of the river, their faces twisted with rage. But they couldn't cross. The water was sacred, and they were not.
"Destroy it!" one of them shouted. "Destroy the book!" But Anna just smiled. She had already done what she came to do. With a final breath, she dropped the codex into the water. It sank beneath the surface, carried away by the current, lost to the world. And then she turned to face the Spanish. "You will never find it," she said. "The codex is gone. The knowledge is safe. The gods will sleep forever." The men raised their weapons, and Anna closed her eyes, waiting for the end. But it didn't come. Instead, she felt a warmth in her chest, a light that seemed to spread through her body. She opened her eyes and saw the cat, the black cat with its golden eyes. "You did well," the cat said. "You protected the codex. You kept the knowledge safe. And now it's time for you to return." "Return where?" Anna asked. "To your own time, to the world you belong to." The cat's eyes were warm, almost kind. "You have done enough. Now rest." Anna closed her eyes, and the vision faded. When she opened them again, she was back in the cave, lying on the stone floor. Carlos was kneeling beside her, his face pale with worry. "Anna," he said. "Anna, are you okay?" Anna nodded weakly, her head spinning. "I saw it. I saw the priestess. She dropped the codex into the river. She destroyed it." "The codex?" Carlos's eyes widened. "But we have the fragments. How can that be?" Anna reached into her bag and pulled out the fragments. They were warm, pulsing with their own light. "The priestess didn't destroy the codex," she said slowly. "She just scattered it. She broke it into 6 pieces and hid them in different places. The codex in the river was a decoy, a fake." Carlos stared at her, his face filled with wonder. "How do you know this?" "Because I was there." Anna's voice was soft, almost a whisper. "I was her, the priestess. I saw everything." And for the first time, she truly believed it. Chapter 15. The Threshold of Fear. They emerged from the cave at sunset, the 3rd fragment tucked safely into Anna's bag. The jaguar howls had stopped, and the jungle was quiet, almost peaceful. "I need to understand," Anna said as they walked. "The fragments are pieces of the codex. But what is the codex really? A map? A weapon? A prison?" Carlos was silent for a moment. "I think it's all of those things," he said finally. "The Maya believed that the universe was a living thing, a body with its own organs and systems. The gods were the forces that kept the body alive. The codex was a way of understanding those forces, of working with them." "Working with them how?" "Think of it like language." Carlos's voice was earnest. "You're a linguist. You know that language is a way of organizing thought.
The Codex is the same thing, a way of organizing the universe. It teaches you how to see the patterns, how to understand the connections. Anna thought about this. It made sense, in a way. The Maya had been obsessed with astronomy, with mathematics, with the cycles of time. The Codex was their way of making sense of it all. "And the fragments?" she asked. "Each fragment represents a different aspect of the universe," Carlos said. "They're pieces of a puzzle. When you put them all together, you can see the whole picture." Anna felt a surge of excitement. "That's it. That's why Smith wants them. He wants to see the whole picture." "Yes," Carlos's face was grim. "But I don't think he wants to see it. I think he wants to use it." "Use it how?" Carlos stopped walking and turned to face her. His eyes were dark, troubled. "There are stories, Anna, old stories, passed down from generation to generation. They say that the Codex contains the key to controlling the forces of creation, that whoever holds the complete Codex can reshape reality itself." Anna felt a chill run down her spine. Reshape reality? Turn the world into whatever they want it to be. Carlos's voice dropped. Create life, destroy life, control the minds and souls of every living thing. That's impossible. Is it? Carlos's eyes were burning. You've seen what the fragments can do. You've seen the visions, the power. You know it's real. Anna was silent. He was right. She had seen things that couldn't be explained by science, things that defied reason. The visions, the voices, the glowing carvings. It was all real. And if the Codex really could reshape reality, then Smith couldn't be allowed to have it. No one could. "We need to find the other fragments," she said, "before Smith does." Carlos nodded. "I know where the next one is, but it's dangerous. More dangerous than anything we've faced yet." "How dangerous?" Carlos looked at her, his face pale. "The fourth fragment is in the Temple of the Sun, the heart of the Maya civilization, where the sacrifices took place, where the gods demanded blood." Anna thought of her dream, the child, the knife, the blood. "I've been there before," she said quietly. "In my visions. I know the way." Carlos stared at her, his eyes wide with something that might have been awe. "You're sure?" Anna nodded. "I'm sure. I know the way." She looked up at the sky where the first stars were appearing. "But we need to hurry. Smith won't wait forever." They walked through the night, the fragments pulsing in Anna's bag, the cat following in the shadows. The jungle seemed to open for them, the path appearing as if by magic, and Anna felt a certainty that she had never felt before. She was on the right path. She was following her destiny, and nothing was going to stop her. Chapter 16. The Shadows Return. The Temple of the Sun rose from the jungle like a sleeping giant, its stones covered in moss and vines, its steps worn smooth by 1,000 years of footsteps. Anna stood at its base, her heart pounding, and felt the presence of the ancient gods surrounding her. "Are you sure about this?" Carlos asked. "We could find another way, a safer way." Anna shook her head. "There's no other way.
The fourth fragment is inside. We have to go in. They climbed the steps, their feet echoing in the silence. The temple was huge, its walls covered in carvings that told the story of the creation of the world. Anna recognized the figures, the gods, the monsters, the heroes who had fought against the darkness. And in the center of the temple, there was a chamber. It was a small room lit by a single shaft of light that fell from a hole in the ceiling. And in the center of the room, there was an altar. On the altar, there was a stone. It was larger than the other fragments, a slab of green jade carved with symbols that seemed to burn with their own light. Anna approached it slowly, her hand reaching out to touch it, and then she heard a voice. "Don't touch it." Anna spun around. Standing in the doorway of the chamber was Smith. He was wounded, his arm bandaged, his face pale with pain. But there was a fire in his eyes that made Anna's blood run cold. "Smith," she said, "you're still alive." "Alive and well," Smith smiled, a thin, cruel smile. "I have you to thank for that. Your anger, your defiance. It's made me stronger. What do you want?" "I want what you have," Smith said. "The fragments, all of them. Give them to me, and I'll let you walk away." Anna's hand went to her bag. "No, I won't give them to you." "I knew you'd say that." Smith's smile widened. "That's why I brought insurance." He reached into his pocket and pulled out a phone. On the screen, Anna saw a live feed of the village. Mother Zarita, the children, the women. They were kneeling on the ground, surrounded by armed men. "If you don't give me the fragments," Smith said, "I'll destroy the village. Everyone in it, starting with the old woman." Anna felt a rage building inside her, a fury that was almost primal. She wanted to lunge at him, to tear him apart with her bare hands. But she held herself back. "Let them go," she said. "They have nothing to do with this." "On the contrary, they have everything to do with this." Smith's voice was smooth, almost kind. "They're the leverage I need, your weakness, your compassion." Anna looked at the jade stone on the altar. It was pulsing with light, calling to her. She could feel its power, its purpose. "Take it," Smith said. "Take the stone, and I'll let them go. It's that simple." Anna reached out and touched the jade. The moment her fingers made contact, the world exploded. The light from the stone blazed so bright that Anna had to shield her eyes. The ground beneath her feet shook, and the carvings on the walls began to glow. Smith shouted something, but Anna couldn't hear him. And then the light faded, and Anna found herself standing in a different place. She was in the jungle, surrounded by trees, the temple rising in the distance. But she wasn't alone. Smith was there, standing a few feet away, his face twisted with a mixture of anger and awe. And in his hands was the jade stone. "It's mine," he said. "The fragment is mine."
Anna reached for her bag, but it was gone. The fragments, the mirror, the codex, all of it was gone. "No," she whispered. "Yes." Smith's smile was triumphant. "You were a fool to trust anyone, a fool to believe that you could stop me." Anna felt a rage that she had never felt before. "You don't understand what you're doing. The codex—" "I understand perfectly," Smith cut her off. "The codex is the key to everything, and now it's mine." Anna lunged at him,
but he was too quick. He dodged her attack and disappeared into the jungle, the jade stone clutched in his hands. And Anna was left alone, with nothing but the darkness and the shadows. Chapter 17. The Candle in the Dark. Anna stumbled through the jungle, her mind reeling. She had lost everything, the fragments, the mirror, the codex. And now Smith had the power to destroy everything she had tried to protect. She found Carlos at the edge of the forest, his face pale with worry. "Anna, what happened? I heard the explosion." "Smith has the fragments," Anna said, her voice flat. "He took them all." Carlos stared at her, his eyes wide with horror. "All of them? The jade? The mirror? Everything?" Anna nodded. "Everything. I don't know how he did it. One moment I was touching the stone, the next everything was gone." Carlos was silent for a long moment. Then he spoke, his voice low and grim. "There must be another way. There must be something we can do." Anna shook her head. "I don't know what that something is. I've lost everything." "No." Carlos stepped forward and took her hands. "You haven't lost everything. You still have your knowledge, your understanding. The fragments may be gone, but they're a part of you now, a part of your soul." Anna looked at him, her eyes filling with tears. "What good is knowledge if I can't use it?" "The best kind of knowledge," Carlos said softly. "The kind that changes you. The kind that makes you who you are." Anna felt a warmth spreading through her chest, a light that came from somewhere deep inside her. It was the same light she had felt in her visions, the same warmth that had guided her through the darkness. "The fragments are gone," she said, "but I'm not. I'm still here. I'm still the one who was chosen." Carlos smiled. "Yes, you are." Anna looked up at the sky. The stars were bright, scattered across the darkness like diamonds on velvet. And in the distance, she could hear the howl of a jaguar. "This isn't over," she said. "I won't let it be over. I'll find a way to stop Smith. I'll find a way to get the fragments back." "I know you will," Carlos said, "and I'll be with you every step of the way." They walked through the night, the jungle surrounding them with its ancient power. And Anna felt a new strength growing inside her, a strength that came not from the fragments, but from within. The battle wasn't over. It was just beginning. Chapter 18. The Blood of the Serpent. The village of the hidden people was unlike any place Anna had ever seen. It lay in a valley between two mountains, its huts built from stone and thatch, its plazas paved with ancient cobblestones that had been worn smooth by centuries of feet. The people who lived there were Maya, but not like any Maya she had encountered. Their skin was darker, their eyes sharper, their movements more deliberate. They moved through the world like ghosts, barely disturbing the air around them. Carlos led her to the center of the village, where a fire was burning in a stone pit. An old man sat beside it, his face weathered by time, his eyes clouded with the milky film of blindness. But when Anna approached, those blind eyes seemed to fix on her, and she felt a shiver run down her spine. "You've come," the old man said. His voice was like the rustle of dry leaves.
The serpent's daughter returns to the nest. Anna knelt beside the fire, the warmth washing over her. I don't understand. I've never been here before. Not in this life. The old man smiled, revealing teeth that had been filed to points. But in others, many others. You always come back, priestess. You always return to the source. Anna looked at Carlos, who nodded slowly. This is the shaman of the hidden people. He's been waiting for you. The shaman reached out his hand, and Anna took it. His skin was papery, his fingers like twigs, but his grip was surprisingly strong. You carry the fragments, he said, but you carry something else too. A weight, a burden, the memory of what you did. Anna felt her throat tighten. The sacrifice, the child. Yes. The shaman's eyes seemed to bore into her soul. You remember. That's good. That's the first step. The first step toward what? The shaman released her hand and reached for a gourd that sat beside the fire. He lifted it to his lips and drank, then offered it to Anna. Drink. This is Balche, the drink of the gods. It will open your eyes to what you truly are. Anna took the gourd and sniffed its contents. It smelled sweet and bitter at the same time, like honey mixed with the bark of a bitter tree. She hesitated, then raised it to her lips and drank. The liquid burned as it went down, spreading warmth through her chest. She felt her head begin to swim, the world around her shifting and blurring. The fire seemed to grow brighter, the shadows deeper. And then the vision came. She was standing in a jungle, the codex in her hands. But it wasn't the codex she had found in the invisible city. It was the original, the complete codex, its pages glowing with an inner light. She was dressed in the robes of a priestess, her body covered in jade and gold. Around her, the Maya people knelt in reverence, their faces filled with hope and fear. The end is coming, she said, her voice echoing through the valley. The Spaniards are at our doorstep. They will burn our temples, destroy our books, and scatter our people to the winds. But we will not be forgotten. Our knowledge will survive. She turned to the codex and began to tear it apart. Page by page, she ripped it into pieces, each fragment handed to a different priest. Take these and hide them. Hide them in places where the Spaniards will never find them. In the caves, in the temples, in the heart of the earth. And when the time comes, the fragments will be reunited. Our people will rise again. One by one, the priests took the fragments and disappeared into the jungle. Anna watched them go, her heart heavy with grief. And then she was alone. She looked down at her hands, covered in the dust of the codex. She had done what she had to do. She had saved the knowledge of her people. But at what cost? The vision faded, and Anna found herself back in the village, the fire crackling before her. The shaman was watching her, his blind eyes gleaming in the firelight. You saw, he said. You saw what you did. I saw, Anna whispered. I scattered the codex. I broke it into 6 pieces. Yes, the shaman nodded. And now you must find them again. That is your destiny, priestess. That is your burden.
Anna looked at her hands. They were covered in ash from the fire, but she could still see the dust of the codex on her fingers. Where are the fragments? The other 3. The shaman reached into his robes and pulled out an object, a small piece of carved jade in the shape of a jaguar. This is the second fragment. It was given to me by my ancestors, who received it from yours. It has been waiting for you. Anna took the jade, her fingers trembling. The moment she touched it, she felt a connection to everything she had seen in the vision. The jaguar was the symbol of the underworld, the place where the gods slept. This fragment was the key to unlocking their power. The other fragments are hidden in places of power, the shaman said. The cave of the sleeping gods, the pyramid of the sun, the underwater city of the serpent. Each one is guarded by a spirit, a creature that will test your worthiness. I passed the test in the cave, Anna said. The serpent's spirit let me take the fragment. Yes, the shaman smiled. But the other tests will be harder, much harder, and you must pass them all if you are to complete the codex. Anna looked at the jade jaguar in her hand. Its eyes seemed to gleam in the firelight, watching her with an intelligence that was almost human. I'll pass them, she said. I'll pass them all. Chapter 19. The Dancer in the Shadows. That night, Anna dreamed of a jaguar. It was a massive creature, its coat black as obsidian, its eyes burning with golden fire. It moved through the jungle with a grace that seemed supernatural, each step silent, each movement precise. And it was speaking to her. You carry my blood, priestess. You carry my power. But do you have the strength to wield it? Anna woke with a start, her heart pounding. The jade jaguar was clutched in her hand, warm and pulsing with its own light. Another dream? Carlos's voice came from the darkness. Anna nodded, though she knew he couldn't see her. The jaguar, it spoke to me. It asked if I was strong enough. Carlos was silent for a moment. And are you? Strong enough? Anna looked at the jade in her hand. I don't know, but I have to try. They left the village at dawn, the jade jaguar tucked into Anna's bag alongside the other fragments. The shaman had given them directions to the next hiding place, a cenote deep in the jungle, where the third fragment lay submerged in the sacred waters. The way is dangerous, the shaman had warned. The jungle is full of creatures that serve the god of fear. They will try to stop you. They will try to destroy you. Anna had nodded, her jaw set with determination. Let them try. The jungle was alive with sound, the calls of birds, the rustle of leaves, the distant howl of monkeys. But beneath it all, Anna could hear something else. A whisper, barely audible, that seemed to come from everywhere at once. Kavil! Kavil! The serpent waits. Carlos heard it too. His hand went to his knife, his eyes scanning the shadows. We're being watched. Anna nodded. She could feel the presence of the cat, the jaguar spirit, at the edge of her consciousness. It was guiding her, protecting her, but it was also testing her. She could feel its hunger, its impatience. They walked for hours, the jungle growing denser, the light fading until they were walking in a green twilight. The whisper grew louder, more insistent, and Anna could feel the fragments in her bag pulsing in response. And then they reached the cenote. It was a vast pool of water, its surface dark and still, surrounded by walls of limestone that rose 100 feet into the air. The water was so clear that Anna could see the bottom, where ancient bones lay scattered among the rocks. "This is the place," Carlos said. "The third fragment is at the bottom." Anna looked at the water. It was deep, impossibly deep, and something about it made her skin crawl. She could feel the presence of the god, Kawil, lurking beneath the surface. "I need to go down there," she said. Carlos grabbed her arm. "Anna, no. There's something in the water, something dangerous." Anna looked at him, her eyes calm. "I know. That's why I have to go." She stripped off her outer clothes, leaving only her undershirt and pants. The fragments she tucked into a waterproof pouch that the shaman had given her, and she hung the mirror around her neck. "Wait for me," she said. "I'll be back." Before Carlos could argue, Anna dove into the water. The cold hit her like a physical blow, stealing her breath. She swam downward, the light fading behind her, the darkness closing in. The water was so clear that she could see everything: the rocks, the bones, the ancient carvings that covered the walls of the cenote. And then she saw it, a figure standing at the bottom of the pool. A woman, dressed in the robes of a Maya priestess, her face hidden beneath a mask of jade. Anna swam toward her, her lungs burning. The woman raised her hand, and Anna saw that she was holding the third fragment, a piece of green stone carved into the shape of a serpent. "You came," the woman said, her voice echoing in Anna's head. "You came to take what is mine." Anna opened her mouth to respond, but water flooded in, and she choked. She needed air. She needed to surface, but the woman wouldn't let her go. "You think you are worthy, priestess? You think you can carry the burden of our ancestors? You who runs from the truth? You who denies your own nature?" Anna felt the rage building inside her. She lunged for the fragment, her fingers closing around it. And then the woman's mask cracked. Beneath the jade, Anna saw a face she recognized. Her own. The woman laughed, and the sound was like the shattering of glass. "You are me, priestess, and I am you. We are the same soul, stretched across time. The fragment is not mine. It was always yours." And then the vision faded, and Anna was swimming upward, her lungs screaming for air. She burst through the surface, gasping, the serpent fragment clutched in her hand. Carlos was there, pulling her out of the water, wrapping her in a blanket. "Anna, are you okay? What happened?" Anna looked at the fragment in her hand. It was warm, pulsing with its own light, and she could feel the connection between it and the other fragments in her bag. "I found it," she breathed. "I found the third fragment." Carlos stared at her, his eyes wide with wonder. "How did you survive? The spirit of the cenote, she's killed everyone who's ever tried to take the fragment." Anna looked down at the serpent in her hand. "She recognized me. She knew me." "Knew you?" "From another life." Anna's voice was quiet, filled with a certainty she had never felt before. "I was her. I was the priestess who hid the fragments. I've been chasing myself my whole life." Carlos was silent for a long moment. Then he reached out and touched her face, his fingers gentle. "What do you remember?" Anna closed her eyes, and the memories came flooding back. The temples, the sacrifices, the blood. The faces of the children she had offered to the gods, the faces of the people she had failed. "I remember everything," she said. "I remember who I was, and I know what I have to do."
Chapter 20. The Jaguar's Shadow. The jungle was alive with darkness. Anna could feel it pressing in around her, a presence that was ancient and terrible and wonderful all at once. The fragments were pulsing in her bag, their combined light casting strange shadows on the trees. "The eclipse is in 2 days," Carlos said. "If we don't find the remaining fragments before then, Smith will complete the ritual." Anna nodded. She knew what the ritual would do. She had seen it in her visions: the opening of the gate, the release of Kawil, the end of the world as they knew it. "We need to find the 4th fragment," she said. "The jade jaguar. The shaman said it was hidden in the Temple of the Sun." Carlos shook his head. "The Temple of the Sun is a death trap. Hundreds of people have died trying to reach it." Anna looked at him, her eyes steady. "I'm not hundreds of people. I'm the priestess. I'm the one who hid the fragments. I know the way." They walked through the night, the fragments guiding them like a beacon. The jungle seemed to part before them, the trees bending aside as if to let them pass. The animals watched from the shadows, their eyes gleaming in the darkness. And then they reached the temple. It rose from the jungle like a mountain, its steps climbing to a platform that seemed to touch the sky. The walls were covered in carvings, figures of gods and monsters, scenes of sacrifice and celebration. And at the top there was a glow, a warm, golden light that pulsed like a heartbeat. "The 4th fragment," Anna breathed. "It's here." They climbed the steps, their feet echoing in the silence. The temple was massive, its stones worn smooth by centuries of rain and wind. But Anna could feel the presence of the gods, watching from the shadows. And then they reached the top. The chamber was small, no bigger than a closet, its walls covered in gold leaf that glittered in the torchlight. And on a stone pedestal in the center, there was a statue, a jaguar. It was carved from a single piece of jade, its eyes set with emeralds that seemed to gleam with an inner light. The statue was massive, its muscles tensed, its claws extended, as if it were about to leap. Anna approached it slowly, her hand reaching out to touch it. And then the statue moved. It leaped from the pedestal, its claws extending, its jaws open. Anna stumbled backward, but the jaguar was too fast. It pinned her to the ground, its weight crushing her chest, its breath hot on her face. "You dare to take what is mine?" the jaguar growled. Its voice was like thunder, ancient and powerful. "You dare to claim the power of the gods?" Anna looked into its eyes, and she saw a familiar gleam, the golden fire of the cat that had been following her through the jungle. "Balaam," she whispered. The jaguar's eyes widened. "You know my name." "I know you," Anna said. "You've been with me since the beginning, protecting me, testing me." The jaguar's weight lifted, and Anna scrambled to her feet. The jaguar sat back on its haunches, its tail twitching. "Yes, I am Balaam, the spirit of the jaguar, the guardian of the secrets of the Maya, and I have been waiting for you for a very long time." Anna felt the fragments in her bag pulsing, responding to the presence of the jaguar. "Why me? Why did you choose me?" "Because you are the priestess," Balaam said. You were the one who hid the fragments. You were the one who scattered the codex. And you are the one who must bring it back together. But I'm not her. Not anymore. You are her, Balaam said. You have always been her. The soul does not forget. It only waits. Anna felt a tear roll down her cheek. I don't want this. I never asked for this. The gods do not ask, Balaam said. They choose, and they chose you. Now you must fulfill your destiny. Anna reached out and touched the jade statue. The moment her fingers made contact, she felt a surge of power, a connection to everything that had come before. This is it, she said, the fourth fragment. She picked up the statue and tucked it into her bag. The fragments were now complete. The stone, the jade jaguar, the serpent, the mirror, and the codex itself. Only one piece remained. The fifth fragment, she said. The underwater city of the serpent. Balaam nodded. It is there that you will face your final test. The test of the soul. The test of the heart. Anna looked at Carlos, whose face was pale with fear. We need to go. We need to find the last fragment before Smith does. And then she heard it, a voice coming from the darkness below. Too late. Anna turned. Smith was standing in the entrance to the chamber, his face twisted with triumph. Behind him, armed men were fanning out, their weapons trained on Anna and Carlos. Give me the fragments, Smith said. All of them, or I'll kill him. He gestured to Carlos, and two of the men grabbed him, forcing him to his knees. Anna felt a rage building inside her. You're a monster. Perhaps, Smith smiled. But I'm the monster who's going to win. He stepped forward, his hand outstretched. Anna could feel the fragments in her bag, pulsing with power. She could feel the presence of Balaam, watching from the shadows. And she made a decision. She reached into her bag and pulled out the fragments, all of them. The stone, the jade, the serpent, the mirror, the codex. She held them out to Smith, her hands trembling. Take them, she said. Take them all. Smith's eyes gleamed with greed. He reached for the fragments, his fingers closing around them. And then Anna struck. She kicked him in the chest, sending him staggering backward. The fragments scattered across the floor, their light blazing. Run! Anna shouted. She grabbed Carlos's hand and pulled him toward the entrance of the chamber. The men were shouting, scrambling to pick up the fragments. Smith was on his feet, his face twisted with rage. But Anna didn't stop running. She ran through the temple, down the steps, into the jungle. The trees closed around her, and the darkness swallowed her whole. She had lost the fragments again, but she was still alive, and that was all that mattered. Chapter 21. The Serpent's Bargain. The jungle was a cathedral of shadow and silence. Anna and Carlos stumbled through the underbrush, their breath ragged, their bodies aching. Behind them, the shouts of Smith's men were growing fainter, swallowed by the dense canopy of leaves and vines. But Anna knew they couldn't run forever. The fragments were gone, lost to Smith's greed, and with them, the hope of completing the codex. We need to find shelter, Carlos said, his voice strained. We can't keep going like this. Anna nodded, her legs trembling with exhaustion. The adrenaline that had carried her through the temple was fading,
leaving behind a bone-deep weariness. She could feel the absence of the fragments like a physical ache, a hollow space in her chest where their warmth had been. They found a cave, a small fissure in the rock face, barely large enough for two people to squeeze inside. Anna collapsed against the wall, her eyes closing, her breath coming in shallow gasps. "We lost them," she whispered. "We lost everything." Carlos sat beside her, his hand finding hers in the darkness. "We lost the fragments, but we didn't lose ourselves. We're still here. We're still fighting." Anna opened her eyes and looked at him. His face was drawn with exhaustion, but there was a fire in his eyes that she hadn't seen before, a determination that matched her own. "Why are you doing this?" she asked. "You could have walked away at any time. You could have let Smith take me. But you didn't. Why?" Carlos was silent for a long moment. When he spoke, his voice was heavy with emotion. "Because I made a promise to my family, to my people, a promise to protect you." "Protect me? From what?" Carlos looked away, his jaw tight. "From yourself, from the darkness inside you, from the power you carry." Anna felt a chill run down her spine. "What are you talking about?" "The priestess," Carlos said slowly. "The one you were. She wasn't just a guardian of the Codex. She was also its destroyer. She used the power of the fragments to control the people around her, to bend them to her will. She was feared and hated and loved in equal measure." Anna shook her head. "That's not me. I'm not her." "Are you sure?" Carlos's eyes met hers, and there was something in them she hadn't seen before. Pity. Fear. "The visions you've been having, they're not just memories. They're warnings. The priestess inside you is trying to take control. And if she does..." "She won't." Anna's voice was firm, steady. "I won't let her." Carlos reached out and touched her face, his fingers gentle. "I hope you're right, Anna. I really do." They slept in shifts, the darkness of the cave pressing in around them. Anna dreamed of the priestess again, the woman with her face, standing on a pyramid, her arms raised to the heavens. Blood dripped from her hands, and she was laughing. "You think you can escape me, little one? You think you can deny what you are?" Anna woke with a gasp, her heart pounding. The cave was empty. Carlos was gone. "Carlos?" she called out, her voice echoing in the darkness. There was no answer. Anna scrambled to her feet, her eyes straining to see in the dim light. She stumbled to the entrance of the cave and peered outside. The jungle was quiet, the morning light filtering through the leaves in golden shafts. And then she saw him. He was standing at the edge of a clearing, his back to her, and standing opposite him was a figure she recognized. Smith. Anna's blood ran cold. She crept closer, hiding behind the trunk of a massive ceiba tree, her heart pounding in her ears. "I did what you asked," Carlos was saying, his voice low and tight. "I brought her to the temple. I gave you the fragments. Now let my family go." Smith laughed, a cold, cruel sound. "Your family? Oh, Carlos, there never was a family. That was just a story I told you to keep you in line." Carlos stiffened. "What do you mean?" "I mean your parents died 20 years ago," Smith said. "In a fire. You were just a child. Don't you remember?" Carlos staggered backward, his face pale. That's a lie. They're alive. I got letters from them. I spoke to them on the phone. Those were my people, Smith said, pretending to be your parents, keeping you under control. You've been my puppet for 2 decades, Carlos, and you never even knew it. Anna watched Carlos crumble, his face twisting with grief and rage. She had seen him fight, seen him risk his life for her. But this was different. This was a man whose entire world had just collapsed. You son of a bitch, Carlos whispered. Language, Smith said, smiling. Now, about the girl. I need you to go back to her. Keep her calm. Keep her close. I'll be in touch. Carlos stared at him, his eyes burning with hatred. Why should I do anything for you? Because if you don't, I'll kill her. Smith's voice was casual, as if he were discussing the weather. I'll kill her, and then I'll kill you, and then I'll use her body for the ritual anyway. Your choice. Carlos was silent for a long moment. Then he nodded slowly. Fine. I'll do it. Good boy. Smith patted him on the shoulder and disappeared into the jungle. Anna watched Carlos stand there, alone in the clearing, his shoulders hunched with grief. She wanted to run to him, to comfort him, but something held her back. He had betrayed her. He had brought her to Smith. He had given him the fragments. Everything he had said, everything he had done, it had all been a lie. Anna slipped back into the cave, her heart heavy. She sat in the darkness, her arms wrapped around her knees, and tried to process what she had just learned. Carlos was a spy, a double agent. He had been working for Smith the entire time. But when she thought of the way he had looked at her, the way he had touched her face, the way he had risked his life to save her, it hadn't felt like a lie. It had felt real. She didn't know what to believe anymore. Chapter 22. The Double Edge of Truth. Carlos found her in the cave an hour later. His face was pale, his eyes red-rimmed, and he moved like a man carrying an unbearable weight. Anna, he said softly, I need to explain. Don't. Her voice was cold, flat. I heard everything. You're working for Smith. You've been working for him from the beginning. Carlos flinched as if she had struck him. It's not what you think. No? Anna stood, her eyes blazing. I heard you tell him about the temple, about the fragments. You gave him everything he needed. I had no choice. Carlos's voice was raw, desperate. He told me he had my family. He said he'd kill them if I didn't cooperate. Your family is dead, Carlos. He told you that. Or did you miss that part? Carlos's face crumpled. I know. I heard. But I didn't know until today. All these years, I believed. He broke off, his voice cracking. I believed I was protecting them. That's the only reason I did any of it. The only reason I stayed with Smith. The only reason I followed you. Anna felt a pang of sympathy despite herself. She had seen his face when Smith told him the truth. She knew what it was like to have your entire world ripped apart. Even if that's true, she said, It doesn't change what you did. You betrayed me. You gave Smith the fragments." Carlos looked up, his eyes burning with a desperate intensity. "I didn't give him everything. There's one fragment I kept hidden, the jade jaguar. I palmed it when you were running from the temple." Anna stared at him, her heart pounding. "What? You have it?" Carlos reached into his pocket and pulled out the jade statue. It gleamed in the dim light, its emerald eyes catching the glow. "I was going to give it to him," Carlos admitted. "But when I saw you standing there, fighting for your life, I couldn't do it. I couldn't let him win." Anna took the jade jaguar, her fingers trembling. The moment she touched it, she felt the familiar warmth spread through her body, the connection to the other fragments. "Why didn't you tell me?" she asked.
"Because I was ashamed." Carlos's voice was barely a whisper. "I've been lying to you since the day we met. I thought if you knew the truth, you'd hate me. And I couldn't stand that. I couldn't stand the thought of losing you." Anna looked at him, this man who had been her protector, her guide, her companion through the darkness. She had trusted him with her life, and he had betrayed that trust. But she also knew that he had been a prisoner, a puppet, a man who had been manipulated and used by Smith for 2 decades. "I don't know if I can forgive you," she said slowly, "but I know I need you. We're in this together, whether I like it or not." Carlos nodded, his eyes filling with tears. "Thank you, Anna. I won't let you down again. I promise." Chapter 23. The Bones of the Ancients. The jade jaguar led them deeper into the jungle, its warmth guiding them like a beacon. Anna could feel the connection between the fragments growing stronger, as if they were calling out to each other across the vastness of the jungle. "The other fragments are close," she said. "I can feel them." Carlos nodded, his eyes scanning the shadows. "The shaman told me about a place, the Temple of the Moon. He said it was there that the final fragment was hidden." Anna looked at the jade jaguar in her hand. It was pulsing with a steady rhythm, like a heartbeat. The 5th fragment, the key to unlocking the codex. They walked for hours, the jungle growing denser, the light fading as the canopy closed overhead. The calls of the birds fell silent, replaced by a deeper, more primal sound, the beating of drums, echoing from somewhere in the distance. "The temple," Carlos said. "It's close." They emerged into a clearing, and Anna stopped in her tracks. The Temple of the Moon was unlike anything she had ever seen. It was built of obsidian, its walls black as pitch, its carvings covered in a film of silver that gleamed in the fading light. The steps were steep, leading up to a platform that seemed to float in the sky. Anna climbed the steps, her heart pounding. The drums were louder here, a rhythmic pulse that seemed to resonate in her bones. She reached the top and saw a chamber, its walls covered in ancient carvings. And at the center of the chamber, there was a coffin. It was made of stone, its surface covered in glyphs that told the story of a great sacrifice. Anna approached it slowly, her hand reaching out to touch the lid. And then the coffin opened. Inside, there was a skeleton, a woman dressed in the robes of a priestess, her hands folded over her chest. And in her hands, there was a piece of black stone, carved with symbols that gleamed with an inner fire. Anna reached for the stone, her fingers brushing against the bones of the priestess. And the vision came.
She was standing in the temple, but it wasn't the temple of the moon. It was a vast chamber, its walls covered in carvings of gods and monsters. There were hundreds of people around her, their faces lifted in worship. And standing at the altar was a figure she recognized. Smith. He was wearing the robes of a high priest, his face twisted with triumph. In his hands was the codex, the complete codex, its pages blazing with light. "The time has come," he announced. "The time of the god of fear, the time of Ka-Wheel." Anna tried to run, but she couldn't move. She was frozen in place, watching as Smith raised the codex to the heavens. And then she heard a voice that was ancient and terrible and wonderful all at once. "You cannot stop it, priestess. The god is coming. The god is here." Anna woke with a gasp, her body trembling. She was still in the temple, the black stone clutched in her hand. Carlos was kneeling beside her, his face pale with worry. Anna, are you okay?" Anna looked at the stone in her hand. It was warm, pulsing with a light that seemed to come from another world. "I saw it," she whispered. "The final ritual. Smith is going to open the gate. He's going to release Ka-Wheel." Carlos's face went white. When? When is it going to happen?" "Tonight." Anna's voice was flat, dead. "The eclipse is tonight. He's going to use the fragments to open the gate. And there's nothing we can do to stop him."
Chapter 24. The Shadow of the Pyramid. They reached the Pyramid of the Sun as the first shadow of the eclipse began to creep across the sky. The structure loomed before them, a massive monument of stone that had stood for millennia. Its steps were steep, its walls covered in carvings that told the story of the creation of the world. And at its top there was a platform where Smith was waiting. "We're too late," Carlos said. "He's already begun the ritual." Anna looked up at the pyramid. She could see the figures on the top. Smith, his followers, the fragments arranged in a circle around the altar. And she could feel the power building, a pressure in the air that made her skin prickle. "We have to stop him," she said. "We have to find a way." But even as she said it, she knew it was impossible. Smith had the fragments, the codex, everything he needed to complete the ritual. And she had nothing. Carlos grabbed her arm. "Wait, look!" Anna followed his gaze. There, standing at the base of the pyramid, was a figure she recognized. It was the jaguar, Balaam. But he wasn't a cat anymore. He was a man, tall, dark, his body covered in the tattoos of a Maya warrior. His eyes were burning with golden fire, and in his hand he held a knife. "You came," Balaam said. "I knew you would." Anna stared at him, her heart pounding. "What do you want?" "I want to help you." Balaam's voice was deep, resonant. "I want to give you the power you need to stop him." He held out the knife. Its blade was obsidian, its handle carved from jade. Anna recognized it. It was the same knife she had seen in her visions, the knife of the priestess. "Take it," Balaam said. "The knife of the serpent's daughter. It was always yours." Anna reached out and took the knife. The moment her fingers wrapped around the handle, she felt a surge of power, a connection to everything she had been, everything she had done,
everything she had sacrificed. "What do I need to do?" she asked. "Climb the pyramid," Balaam said. "Face the dark priest. Use the knife to break the circle. And when you do, the ritual will be broken." Anna looked at Carlos, whose face was pale with fear. "I need to do this alone." "No," Carlos shook his head. "I'm coming with you." Anna smiled, a sad, gentle smile. "I know you are, but I need you to do something else. I need you to be my anchor, to keep me tethered to the world. If I start to lose myself, you have to pull me back." Carlos nodded slowly. "I'll do it. I'll find a way." Anna turned and began to climb the pyramid. The steps were steep, each one a small mountain. Anna climbed, the knife in her hand, her heart pounding. The shadow of the eclipse was growing deeper, swallowing the light of the sun. And then she reached the top. Smith was standing at the altar, the fragments arranged around him in a circle. He was chanting, his voice rising and falling in the ancient language of the Maya. The air was thick with power, crackling with energy. "Smith!" Anna shouted. He turned, his eyes widening as he saw her. "You! How did you?" "I'm not here to fight you," Anna said. "I'm here to stop you." She raised the knife and brought it down, smashing the circle of fragments. The stones scattered across the platform, their light flickering and dying. Smith screamed, his face twisting with rage. "You fool! Do you know what you've done?" Anna felt the power building in the air, a pressure that seemed to crush her from all sides. She could feel the presence of Ka'awil, the god of fear, reaching out to claim her. But she stood her ground. "I know exactly what I've done," she said. "I've destroyed your ritual. I've broken your power, and now I'm going to finish what I started." She raised the knife, ready to strike. But Smith was too fast. He lunged at her, his hands closing around her throat. Anna struggled, the knife falling from her grasp. The darkness was closing in, and she could feel herself slipping away. And then she heard a voice that was ancient and terrible and wonderful all at once. "Don't fight it, priestess. Let go. Let the darkness take you." Anna closed her eyes, and she let go. Chapter 25. The Vessel of the Gods. The darkness was warm and welcoming, a blanket that wrapped around her soul. Anna could feel the presence of Ka'awil, the god of fear, reaching out to claim her. "Yes," the voice whispered. "Let go. Let me in." Anna felt herself slipping away, her consciousness dissolving into the void. She could see glimpses of her past, her childhood in Moscow, her years of study, her journey to Mexico. But they were fading, disappearing into the darkness. And then she heard another voice. "Anna! Anna, wake up!" It was Carlos. He was calling to her, his voice desperate, pleading. "Don't let go. You're stronger than this. You're stronger than him." Anna felt a flicker of warmth in her chest. It was small, barely a spark, but it was enough. She opened her eyes and saw herself standing on the platform, Smith's hands around her throat. But she also saw something else, a golden light spreading through her body like a wave. "Get away from me," she said, her voice steady. Smith's eyes widened. "What?" Anna pushed him back, and he stumbled. She stood tall, her body surrounded by a golden glow. "I'm not your vessel," she said. "I'm not anyone's vessel. I'm Anna Volkova, and I choose my own destiny." Smith stared at her, his face twisted with rage. "You can't do this. You're supposed to be the vessel, the one who carries the power of the gods." Anna shook her head. "I don't carry anyone's power. I am my own power." And then she raised her hand, and the fragments rose from the ground, floating around her in a circle of light. They were shining, pulsing with an energy that seemed to come from another world. "This is my choice," she said. "This is my power." Smith screamed, and the fragments shattered, dissolving into a cloud of golden dust. The light spread across the pyramid, across the jungle, across the sky. And then there was silence. Anna opened her eyes and saw Carlos kneeling beside her, his face pale with worry. The eclipse was over, the sun was rising, and the pyramid was empty. "What happened?" Anna asked. "You won," Carlos said. "Smith is gone. The fragments are gone. You broke the ritual." Anna looked at her hands. They were clean, unmarked. The knife was gone. The fragments were gone. The power was gone. But she was still here. She was still Anna. And that was enough. Chapter 26. The Price of Knowing. The days following the battle at the pyramid were strange and quiet. Anna and Carlos had made their way back to the hidden village, where Mother Zarita had tended to their wounds with herbs and ancient incantations. The fragments were gone, shattered into dust that had scattered across the jungle, but Anna could still feel their presence, a warmth that lingered in her chest like an ember waiting to be fanned into flame. She lay in her hut, staring at the thatched ceiling, trying to make sense of everything that had happened. She had faced a god. She had broken a ritual. She had survived. But something had changed inside her. It had started the morning after the battle. She had woken up and seen Carlos standing in the doorway, his face illuminated by the rising sun. But she hadn't just seen his face. She had seen something else, a faint, golden glow that surrounded his body, pulsing with a rhythm that matched his heartbeat. "Anna, are you okay?" he had asked. "You're glowing," she had said, her voice flat. Carlos had looked down at himself, confused. "I'm not glowing." But Anna had seen it. She had seen the light that surrounded him, the light that surrounded everyone. It was like a second skin, a halo of energy that revealed the truth of each person's soul. She had tried to ignore it, to convince herself it was just a hallucination brought on by exhaustion and trauma. But the visions hadn't stopped. They had only grown stronger. Now she could see the auras of everyone in the village. The children's were bright and clear, pulsing with the energy of new life. The adults were more subdued, tinted with the weariness of age and experience. And Mother Zarita's was a deep, burnished gold, the color of ancient wisdom. But Carlos's aura was different. It was fading. Anna had noticed it first when she looked at him the day after the battle. His glow had been dimmer than the others, flickering like a candle in the wind. Over the following days, it had grown weaker still, the edges fraying like a thread about to snap. "What's happening to you?" she had asked him, her voice trembling. Carlos had smiled, but it hadn't reached his eyes. "I'm tired, Anna. That's all. I've been running for so long." But Anna knew it was more than that. She had seen the truth in his aura, a darkness creeping in from the edges, a shadow that was slowly consuming his light. He was dying, and there was nothing she could do to stop it.
Chapter 27. The Map of Sorrow. Mother Zarita found Anna sitting at the edge of the village, staring out at the jungle. The sun was setting, painting the sky in shades of gold and crimson, but Anna barely noticed. "You see it, don't you?" the old woman said, sitting beside her. "The truth of his soul." Anna nodded, her throat tight. "He's dying. I can see it. The light around him is fading." Mother Zarita was silent for a long moment. When she spoke, her voice was gentle, almost sad. "The gift of the priestess is a double-edged sword, Anna. It allows you to see the truth of the world, the hidden patterns, the connections between all things. But it also shows you the pain, the loss, the endings that are written in the fabric of existence." "I don't want this gift," Anna said. "I never asked for it." "No one asks for the burdens they carry," Mother Zarita said. "They are given to us by forces beyond our control. But what we do with them, that is our choice." Anna looked at the old woman, her eyes wet with unshed tears. "Can I save him? Can I change the future I see?" Mother Zarita shook her head slowly. "The future is not set in stone, Anna. It is a river, constantly shifting, constantly changing. But some currents are stronger than others. Some paths are harder to change." Anna felt a spark of hope flicker in her chest. "So there's a chance to save him?" "Perhaps." Mother Zarita's voice was careful. "But it will come at a cost. The laws of the universe demand balance. To save a life, something must be given in return." "I don't care about the cost," Anna said. "I'll do whatever it takes." Mother Zarita studied her for a long moment, her ancient eyes seeming to see straight through to Anna's soul. "I thought you might say that. That's why I've been preparing." She reached into her robes and pulled out a small leather pouch. She opened it and tipped its contents into Anna's palm. It was a seed, small and black like a piece of coal. But when Anna touched it, she felt a warmth spread through her fingers, a pulse of energy that seemed to come from deep within the earth. "This is the seed of the world tree," Mother Zarita said. "The Seba that grows at the center of the universe, connecting the underworld, the earth, and the heavens. It contains the essence of life itself." Anna stared at the seed, her heart pounding. "What do I do with it?" "Plant it," Mother Zarita said. "Plant it in the heart of the underworld city, where the fragments were born. Water it with your blood, and it will grow. And when it blooms, it will create a new future, one where Carlos's soul can be reborn." Anna closed her fingers around the seed, feeling its warmth against her palm. "But what will I lose? What's the cost?" Mother Zarita smiled, but it was a sad smile, filled with the knowledge that Anna didn't fully understand. "You will lose the gift you've been given, Anna, the sight that lets you see the truth of the world. You will become blind to the patterns, deaf to the whispers. You will become ordinary again. Anna felt a chill run down her spine. The gift had been a curse, a burden she had never wanted. But it was also a part of her now, woven into the fabric of her soul. To give it up would be to give up a piece of herself. But when she thought of Carlos, of his smile, his laugh, the way he had risked his life for her, she knew there was no choice. "I'll do it," she said. "Take me to the underworld city." Chapter 28. The Labyrinth of Echoes. They left the village at dawn, Anna and Carlos and a small group of warriors who had volunteered to accompany them. Mother Zarita had given them directions to the entrance of the underworld city, a hidden passage that wound through the jungle and deep into the earth. "The way is dangerous," Mother Zarita had warned. "The creatures of the underworld have grown restless since the fragments were destroyed. They will test you, try to break you, but you must not give in to fear." Anna had nodded, her jaw set with determination. "I won't." The jungle was thick, the path barely visible beneath the tangle of vines and leaves. The warriors moved silently, their eyes scanning the shadows for danger. Carlos walked beside Anna, his face pale, his steps slower than they had been before. "You don't have to do this," he said quietly. "The seed is meant for the underworld city. I can go alone." Anna shook her head. "I'm not letting you go alone. We're in this together, remember?" Carlos smiled, a weak, tired smile. "Together. I like the sound of that." They walked for hours, the path growing darker as the canopy closed overhead. The calls of the birds faded, replaced by a deeper silence that seemed to press in from all sides. And then they reached the entrance. It was a cave, its mouth gaping like a wound in the earth. The walls were covered in carvings, figures of gods and monsters, scenes of sacrifice and rebirth. And in the center there was a pool of water, dark and still, its surface reflecting the faint light of the stars. "This is the entrance to Xibalba," one of the warriors said, his voice hushed. "The underworld, the place of fear." Anna stepped forward, the seed clutched in her hand. She could feel its warmth spreading through her body, a beacon in the darkness. "I'll be back," she said. "I promise." She stepped into the pool of water, and the darkness swallowed her whole. Chapter 29. The Weaving of Fate. The water was cold, so cold it took Anna's breath away. She swam downward, deeper into the darkness, her lungs burning, her heart pounding. The seed was warm in her hand, pulsing with a light that cut through the black water like a blade. And then the water vanished. Anna found herself standing in a vast chamber, its ceiling lost in shadow. The walls were covered in carvings, thousands upon thousands of figures, each one unique, each one telling a story. And in the center of the chamber there was a tree. It was enormous, its trunk thicker than any Anna had ever seen, its branches reaching up into the darkness. The leaves were silver, shimmering with a light that seemed to come from within, and the roots were buried deep in the earth. Anna approached the tree, her footsteps echoing in the silence. The seed in her hand was pulsing with warmth, responding to the presence of the tree.
"This is the world tree," she whispered, "the heart of the universe." She knelt at the base of the tree and began to dig. The earth was soft, rich, dark. She dug until she had created a small hole just large enough for the seed. And then she took out the knife. It was the same knife she had used on the pyramid, the knife of the serpent's daughter. It had reappeared in her bag after the battle, a gift from the gods, or perhaps a reminder of the cost she had paid. Anna pressed the blade to her palm and cut. The pain was sharp, immediate, but she didn't flinch. She let the blood drip into the hole, mixing with the earth, and then she placed the seed inside. She covered it with soil and pressed it down. "Grow," she whispered. "Grow and live. Grow and save him." For a long moment, nothing happened. And then the ground began to shake. The roots of the world tree began to move, writhing like serpents, reaching toward the spot where Anna had planted the seed. The air filled with a low, rumbling sound, like the roar of a distant storm. And then the seed began to sprout. A tiny shoot emerged from the earth, its leaves unfurling to reveal a brilliant gold light. It grew quickly, rising from the ground, its trunk thickening, its branches spreading. And as it grew, the carvings on the walls began to glow, their figures moving as if brought to life. Anna watched, her heart pounding, as the new tree reached up toward the ceiling, its branches intertwining with those of the world tree. The light grew brighter, filling the chamber with a warmth that seemed to come from the sun itself. And then everything went still. Anna stood, her body trembling, and looked at the new tree. It was smaller than the world tree, but it was strong, its leaves shining with a golden light. And in its trunk she could see a shape, a face familiar and dear. Carlos. Anna reached out and touched the tree, her fingers brushing against the bark. The face smiled, and she heard his voice in her mind. "Thank you, Anna, for everything." Anna felt tears streaming down her face. "You're welcome," she whispered. "You're welcome." Chapter 30. The Light of a New Dawn. Anna emerged from the cave as the sun was rising. The warriors were waiting for her, their faces filled with awe. Carlos was standing at the front of the group, his face pink with health, his eyes bright with life. "Anna," he said, his voice filled with wonder, I feel like a new person." Anna smiled, her heart swelling. "You are a new person. The tree gave you a new life." Carlos stepped forward and took her hands in his. "And you gave me the tree. I know what you sacrificed. Mother Zarita told me." Anna looked down at her hands. They were clean, unmarked. The cut from the knife had healed, leaving no trace of the blood she had spilled. "It doesn't matter," she said. "The gift is gone. I can't see the auras anymore. I'm ordinary again." Carlos lifted her chin, his eyes meeting hers. "You were never ordinary, Anna, and you never will be." Anna smiled, and for the first time in what felt like forever, she felt truly happy. They walked back to the village, the sun rising behind them, casting long shadows across the jungle. The warriors sang songs of celebration, their voices rising in harmony, and Anna walked beside Carlos, her hand in his, and felt the weight of her sacrifice lift from her shoulders. She had given up the gift. She had given up the power. But she had gained something far more precious. She had gained a future. Chapter 31. The Silence After the Storm. The days that followed were the quietest Anna had ever known. She had returned to the hidden village with Carlos and the warriors, their songs of celebration echoing through the jungle. But when the celebrations had died down and the fires had burned low, Anna had found herself sitting alone at the edge of the village, staring out at the darkness. The gift was gone. She had known it would happen. Mother Zarita had warned her. The seed had taken the sight, the connection to the world of spirits and patterns. Anna was ordinary again, a scholar, a linguist, a woman who had seen things she couldn't explain. But she had saved Carlos's life. She looked down at her hands. They were clean, unmarked. The cut from the knife had healed without a scar, leaving no trace of the blood she had spilled. But she could still feel the warmth of the seed, the pulse of the tree, the connection to something ancient and powerful. "You're thinking too hard," a voice said from behind her. Anna turned. Carlos was standing at the edge of the firelight, his face illuminated by the glow. He was whole again, healthy, his eyes bright with life. The shadows that had been creeping into his aura were gone, replaced by a golden light that seemed to radiate from his very being. "I'm thinking about what comes next," Anna said. "The fragments are gone. The codex is gone. Smith is gone. What do I do now?" Carlos sat beside her, his shoulder brushing against hers. "You go back to your life. You return to Moscow. You teach. You write. You become the scholar you always wanted to be." Anna shook her head. "I can't. Not after everything I've seen, everything I've done." Carlos was silent for a moment. When he spoke, his voice was gentle. "You can, Anna. You can because you're strong, stronger than you know." Anna looked at him, her eyes wet with unshed tears. "What about you? What will you do?" Carlos smiled. "I'll stay here, in the village. I've spent my whole life running from my past. Now it's time to build a future." Anna felt a pang of sadness. She had known this moment was coming, the moment when they would have to say goodbye. But knowing it didn't make it any easier. "I'll miss you," she said softly. "I'll miss you too." Carlos reached out and took her hand, his fingers warm against hers. "But this isn't goodbye, Anna. It's just a pause, the beginning of the next chapter." Anna smiled, and for the first time in what felt like forever, she felt a sense of peace. Chapter 32. The Garden of Memory. The day of her departure arrived too quickly. Anna stood at the edge of the village, her bag packed, her heart heavy. Mother Zarita had come to see her off, her ancient eyes filled with a wisdom that Anna had come to respect. "You have changed," Mother Zarita said. "I can see it in the way you hold yourself, the way you look at the world." Anna nodded. "I have changed. I don't know if it's for better or for worse." "It is for better," Mother Zarita said firmly. "You have faced the darkness and survived. You have made sacrifices that would have broken lesser souls. And you have found a strength that you didn't know you had." Anna felt tears pricking at her eyes. "Thank you for everything." Mother Zarita reached into her robes and pulled out a small object, a piece of black obsidian carved into the shape of a jaguar. "Take this. It's not a fragment. It's not a key. It's just a memory, a reminder of who you are and what you've done." Anna took the obsidian jaguar, her fingers closing around its smooth surface. She could feel the warmth of it, the pulse of something ancient and powerful. "I'll keep it forever," she said. Carlos appeared at the edge of the village, his face pale with emotion. He held out a small box, carved from wood, its surface covered in glyphs. "A gift," he said, "to remember me by." Anna opened the box. Inside there was a ring, a simple silver band set with a small piece of obsidian. It was identical to the ring she had been wearing when she first arrived in Mexico, the ring that had belonged to her grandmother. But this one was different. This one had a carving on its surface, a small, intricate glyph that seemed to shift in the light. "The symbol of the jaguar," Carlos said. "The symbol of the guardian. You carry that title now, Anna, whether you know it or not." Anna slipped the ring onto her finger. It fit perfectly, as if it had been made for her. She felt a warmth spread through her hand, a connection to the village, to the jungle, to everything she had experienced. "I'll wear it always," she said. Carlos stepped forward and embraced her, his arms wrapping around her like a shield. "I'll see you again," he whispered. "I promise." Anna held him tight, her eyes closed, memorizing the feel of him. "I know," she said. "I know." Chapter 33. The Journey Home. The drive to the airport was long and quiet. Anna sat in the back of the taxi, the obsidian jaguar in her hand, the ring on her finger. The jungle blurred past the window, a green and gold tapestry that seemed to stretch to the horizon. She thought about everything that had happened, the visions, the fragments, the battles, the sacrifices. She had come to Mexico searching for a codex, and she had found something far more precious. She had found herself. The taxi pulled up to the airport, and Anna stepped out into the chaos of travelers and luggage. It felt strange being back in the world of normal people, people who didn't know about Kawil or the fragments or the power of the ancient gods. She checked in, went through security, and found her gate. The flight was delayed, and she sat in the waiting area, watching the people around her. Ordinary people, living ordinary lives. And for the first time in what felt like forever, Anna didn't feel different from them. She felt the same, connected, human. The flight was long, crossing the Atlantic in a blur of movies and meals and restless sleep. Anna stared out the window at the clouds, watching them shift and change. And she thought about Carlos, about Mother Zarita, about the village she had left behind. She thought about the seed she had planted, the tree that had grown, the life she had saved. She had given up her gift, but she had gained something far more precious. She had gained hope. The plane landed in Moscow, and Anna stepped off into the cold gray morning. The air was different here, thin, clean, carrying the scent of snow and diesel. She took a deep breath, and it felt like coming home. But it also felt like leaving something behind. Chapter 34. The Man in the Photograph. Anna's apartment was exactly as she had left it. The books were on the shelves, the papers were on the desk, the kettle was on the stove. It was a small, cramped space filled with the detritus of a scholar's life. But it was hers. She walked through the rooms, touching the familiar objects, letting their memories wash over her. She had been gone for weeks, but it felt like years. She had changed so much in that time, grown so much, and this place felt small and stifling. She went to her study and looked at the photograph on her desk. The photograph of Yuri Konorazov, the man who had decoded the Maya script from his armchair in Leningrad. He was smiling in the picture, his eyes bright with intelligence, his face lined with the weariness of a life spent in pursuit of knowledge. "Thank you," Anna whispered, "for everything." She reached into her pocket and pulled out the obsidian jaguar. She placed it on the desk next to the photograph, and it seemed to glow in the dim light. And then she heard a voice. "You did well, Anna. I'm proud of you." Anna spun around, her heart pounding. The room was empty. There was no one there. But the voice had been unmistakable. It was the voice of Konorazov, the man in the photograph. The man who had been dead for decades. Anna approached the photograph, her hand shaking. The obsidian jaguar was pulsing with a warm golden light, and she could feel its connection to something deep and ancient. "Was that you?" she asked. "Did you speak to me?" The photograph didn't answer. It was just a photograph, a piece of paper with ink on it. But Anna knew what she had heard. She knew what she had felt. She was not alone. Chapter 35. The Return of the Shadow. The weeks passed, and Anna tried to return to her normal life. She went back to the university, attended lectures, met with colleagues. She worked on her research, writing papers on the Maya script, the Dresden Codex, the history of the Yucatan Peninsula. But she couldn't escape the feeling that something was missing. It was a small thing, a nagging sense of incompleteness that followed her everywhere. She would wake up in the middle of the night, reaching for a presence that wasn't there. She would walk through the streets of Moscow, her eyes scanning the crowds for a familiar face. And then there were the dreams. She dreamed of Mexico, of the jungle and the temples and the ancient gods. She dreamed of the jaguar, the cat that had followed her through the darkness. She dreamed of Smith, his face twisted with rage, his hands reaching for the fragments. But most of all, she dreamed of Carlos. She dreamed of his smile, his laugh, the way he had looked at her on the pyramid. She dreamed of his hand in hers, his voice in her ear, his heart beating against her chest. And she woke up crying. One night the dream was different. She was standing in a vast chamber, the walls covered in carvings of gods and monsters. In the center of the chamber there was a pool of water, dark and still, its surface reflecting the faint light of the stars. And standing on the other side of the pool was Smith. He was alive. His face was pale, his body weak, but his eyes were burning with the same fire that had driven him in Mexico. "Anna," he said, his voice like ice, "I've been waiting for you." Anna tried to run, But her feet wouldn't move. She was frozen, trapped, forced to listen. The fragments are gone, but the power is still here, Smith said. The power of Kawil, the god of fear. He's been growing stronger, feeding on the chaos you created, and soon he will be ready to return. Anna shook her head. That's impossible. The fragments are destroyed. The fragments were never the source of the power, Smith said. They were just keys, doors. The power was always inside you, Anna, inside all of us. And now that the doors are open, there's no closing them. Anna woke with a gasp, her body drenched in sweat. She sat up in bed, her heart pounding, and looked around the room. Everything was normal. The books were on the shelves, the clothes were on the floor, the moonlight was streaming through the window. But Anna knew that nothing was normal anymore. The shadow was returning. Chapter 36. The Call from the Darkness. The next morning, Anna received a letter. It was delivered by a courier, a young man with a pale face and nervous eyes. He handed her the envelope and disappeared before she could ask any questions. Anna opened the envelope. Inside, there was a single piece of paper covered in handwriting that she recognized. It was the handwriting of Carlos. Anna, I know this letter will find you. I know you've been having the dreams. The shadow is returning, just as the prophecies foretold. But you are not alone. The seeds we planted are growing. The tree we nurtured is blooming, and soon the light will rise to meet the darkness. Come back to Mexico. Come back to the village. We have much to discuss. Carlos. Anna read the letter 3 times, her heart pounding. She had known something was wrong. She had felt the shadow creeping back, the presence of Kawil growing stronger. And now she knew the truth. The battle was not over. Anna packed her bags and booked a flight. She didn't tell anyone where she was going. She didn't leave a note. She just went. Chapter 37. The Last Hunter. The journey back to Mexico was faster than the first. Anna flew through the night, her eyes wide, her mind racing. She landed in Mexico City and hired a car, driving through the night to the edge of the jungle. The village was exactly as she had left it. The huts were the same, the fires were still burning, the people were still going about their lives. But something was different. The air was heavier, charged with a tension that seemed to come from the earth itself. The jungle was darker, its shadows deeper, its sounds more menacing. Anna walked through the village, searching for Carlos. She found him at the edge of the forest, standing before a massive ceiba tree. Anna, he said, turning to face her. You came. Anna nodded, her eyes fixed on his. I came. What's happening? Carlos gestured to the tree. The shadow is rising. Kawil is waking, and he's calling his followers to him. Anna felt a chill run down her spine. What followers? The followers of fear, Carlos said. The ones who believed in the darkness. The ones who wanted to see the world burn.
Anna thought of Smith, of his greed, his madness, his hunger for power. He's still alive, isn't he? Smith is still alive. Carlos nodded slowly. He is. He's been gathering his strength, building a new following, and soon
He'll be ready to strike. Anna felt a rage building inside her, a fire that had been dormant for months. Where is he? I'll find him. I'll stop him. Carlos shook his head. You can't, Anna. Not alone. Not this time. Anna looked at him, her eyes burning. Then what do I do? Carlos reached out and took her hand. You do what you've always done. You fight. You fight for the light, for the hope, for the future. And you do it with the people who believe in you. Anna looked around the village. The people were gathering, their faces filled with determination. They had come to fight, to stand against the darkness. You came, Anna said, her voice filled with wonder. All of you came. We came, Mother Zarita said, stepping forward, because you are our priestess, our leader, our hope. Anna felt tears streaming down her face. She had come to Mexico alone, searching for answers, and she had found something she had never expected. She had found a family. Chapter 38. The Edge of the Eclipse. The final battle took place at the Temple of the Sun. Anna stood at the base of the pyramid, the warriors of the hidden village arrayed behind her. The sky was darkening, the eclipse approaching, and the air was thick with the presence of Kawil. Smith was at the top of the pyramid, his followers surrounding him. He was wearing the robes of a high priest, and in his hands he held a knife, the same knife Anna had used to break the circle. You can't win, Anna, Smith shouted. Kawil is awakening. The god of fear is here. Anna looked up at him, her eyes steady. I don't believe in fear. She began to climb. The steps were steep, each one a challenge. Anna climbed, her body aching, her lungs burning. But she didn't stop. She couldn't stop. And then she reached the top. Smith lunged at her, the knife raised. Anna dodged, her body moving with a grace she hadn't known she possessed. She felt the warmth of the obsidian jaguar against her chest, the ring on her finger pulsing with light. You can't kill me, Smith said. I'm the vessel of the god. I'm the one who will bring about the new age. Anna shook her head. You're nothing. You're just a man who was too afraid to face the truth. She reached out and touched his chest. The moment her fingers made contact, she felt the connection. The darkness, the fear, the hunger. But she also felt something else. The light. It was inside Smith, buried deep beneath the layers of fear and greed. It was small, barely a spark, but it was there, and Anna knew what she had to do. She reached into her pocket and pulled out the obsidian jaguar. She pressed it against Smith's chest, and the light inside him blazed. You're not the vessel of the god, Anna said. You're the vessel of your own fear. And fear is just a shadow that can be banished by the light. The light grew brighter, and Smith began to scream. The darkness around him shattered, dissolving into nothing. And then he was gone, his body dissolving into a cloud of golden dust. Anna stood alone at the top of the pyramid, the obsidian jaguar in her hand. The eclipse was passing, the sun returning to the sky. and she was free. Chapter 39. The Dawn of the New Age. The village celebrated for 3 days. Anna sat at the center of the celebrations, her heart filled with a peace she had never known. The battle was over. Kawil was gone. The shadow had been vanquished, but Anna knew that the struggle wasn't over. The forces of fear would always be there, waiting for the moment of weakness. The battle would continue, in small ways, in quiet ways, in the hearts and minds of people everywhere. But she was ready. Carlos came to her on the 3rd night, his face illuminated by the firelight. "Anna," he said, "there's something I need to tell you." Anna looked at him, her heart racing. "What is it?" Carlos reached into his pocket and pulled out a small object, a piece of paper, folded and worn. He handed it to Anna, and she opened it. It was a drawing, a symbol she had never seen before, but one she recognized instantly. It was the symbol of the jaguar, the symbol of the guardian. "What is this?" Anna asked. Carlos smiled. "It's a map to the next phase of the journey." Anna looked at him, her eyes wide. "What do you mean?" "The fragments are gone. The codex is gone. What more is there?" Carlos's smile widened. "The fragments were just the beginning, Anna. The true codex is still out there, waiting to be discovered. And you're the one who's going to find it." Anna felt a spark of excitement, a feeling she had thought was lost. She had thought her journey was over, but it was just beginning. "When do we leave?" she asked. Carlos laughed, a warm, joyful sound. "Tomorrow, at dawn." Anna smiled, and for the first time in what felt like forever, she felt truly alive. Chapter 40. The End of the Beginning. Anna walked through the jungle at dawn, Carlos by her side. The sun was rising, casting golden light through the canopy of leaves. The birds were singing, the animals were stirring, and the world was waking up. "The map leads to a place called the City of the Moon," Carlos said. "It's said to contain the final secret of the Maya, the key to understanding the true nature of the universe." Anna nodded, her eyes fixed on the path ahead. "And what will we find there?" Carlos smiled. "I don't know, but I know it will be worth it." They walked through the jungle, the map in Anna's hand, the obsidian jaguar around her neck. They had faced the darkness and survived. They had found the light and grown. And now they were ready for the next adventure. Anna looked at Carlos, her heart filled with joy. She had come to Mexico searching for a codex, and she had found something far more precious. She had found her destiny, and she was ready to embrace it. Chapter 41. The City of the Moon. The journey to the City of the Moon took 3 days. Anna and Carlos walked through the jungle, following the map that had appeared in Carlos's hand like magic. The path was ancient, worn smooth by centuries of feet, and it wound through the dense undergrowth like a sleeping serpent. The city appeared at dawn on the 3rd day. It rose from the jungle floor like a dream, its buildings covered in a silver sheen that gleamed in the morning light. The architecture was Maya, but different from any Anna had seen before. smoother, more elegant, with curves and arches that seemed to flow like water. "This is it," Carlos breathed, "the city of the moon. The place where the gods taught the first priestesses the secrets of the universe." Anna walked forward, her feet carrying her through the streets of a city that had been forgotten for millennia. The buildings were intact, their walls covered in carvings that seemed to shift and move in the light. And at the center of the city, there was a temple. It was smaller than the Temple of the Sun, but more beautiful, its walls covered in silver that caught the light and scattered it in 1,000 directions. Anna climbed the steps, her heart pounding, and entered the inner chamber. And there, on a pedestal in the center of the room, was a book. It was the Codex, the complete Codex, its pages glowing with an inner light. But it was different from the fragments Anna had seen. This Codex was whole, its binding made of jade, its pages covered in glyphs that seemed to pulse with their own energy. Anna approached it slowly, her hand reaching out to touch it. And then she heard a voice. "You have come." Anna spun around. Standing in the doorway of the chamber was a woman, tall, slender, dressed in the robes of a Maya priestess. Her face was covered by a mask of silver, and her eyes glowed with an ancient light. "Who are you?" Anna asked. The woman laughed, a sound like wind chimes. "I am the guardian of the city of the moon, the keeper of the final secret, and you are the one who has come to claim it." Anna looked at the Codex on the pedestal. "Is that the final secret? The Codex?" The woman shook her head. "The Codex is just a book, priestess. A book that contains knowledge. But knowledge is not wisdom. Wisdom is what you do with the knowledge." Anna felt a chill run down her spine. "What do you mean?" The woman stepped forward, her silver mask gleaming in the light. The Maya believed that the universe was a living thing, a body with its own organs and systems. The Codex was a way of understanding those systems. But understanding is not enough. You must also act. "Act how?" The woman reached up and removed her mask. Beneath it, Anna saw a face that she recognized, a face that was her own. "I am you," the woman said. "I am the part of you that has been waiting for this moment, the part that knows what must be done." Anna stared at the woman, her heart pounding. "What must be done?" The woman smiled. "You must choose. The Codex contains the knowledge of the gods, but that knowledge comes with a price. If you read the Codex, you will become the vessel of the gods. You will carry their power, their wisdom, their burden, and you will be changed forever." Anna felt the weight of the choice pressing down on her. She had come so far, sacrificed so much. But now she was being asked to give up everything. "What if I don't read it?" she asked. The woman's smile faded. "Then the knowledge will be lost. The Codex will remain sealed, and the secrets of the Maya will fade into oblivion. The gods will sleep forever." Anna closed her eyes, thinking. She had spent her whole life searching for answers, but now that she had found them, she wasn't sure she wanted them. "Can I think about it?" she asked. The woman nodded. "Take all the time you need, Anna. The Codex will wait. Chapter 42. The Weight of Wisdom. Anna sat in the temple, the Codex in her hands, and tried to make a decision. It was the hardest decision she had ever faced. On one hand, the Codex contained the knowledge of the gods. It could unlock the secrets of the universe, reveal the truth of existence, give her power beyond her wildest dreams. But on the other hand, that knowledge came with a price. She would be changed forever. She would become something other than human. Carlos found her in the chamber, her face pale, her eyes red-rimmed. "Anna, what happened?" Anna looked up at him, her voice barely a whisper. "I don't know what to do. The Codex is here. The final secret is here. But if I read it, I'll become something else, something I don't want to be." Carlos knelt beside her, his hand finding hers. "Then don't read it, Anna. You don't have to do this." Anna shook her head. "But if I don't, the knowledge will be lost. The secrets of the Maya will disappear forever." "Is that so bad?" Carlos asked. "The Maya lived for thousands of years without the complete Codex. They didn't need to know everything. They just needed to live, to love, to be human." Anna looked at him, her eyes filling with tears. "But I've spent my whole life searching for this. It's everything I've ever wanted. And now that you have it, you realize it's not what you wanted at all." Carlos smiled gently. "That's not weakness, Anna. That's wisdom. That's growth." Anna felt a weight lift from her shoulders. He was right. She had been so focused on finding the Codex that she had forgotten why she wanted it in the first place. She had wanted to understand, to connect, to find meaning in a chaotic world. And she had found it, not in the Codex, but in the journey itself, in the people she had met, the challenges she had overcome, the love she had discovered. Anna set the Codex down on the pedestal. "I'm not going to read it," she said. "I'm going to leave it here, for someone else to find, someone who needs it more than I do." The woman in the silver mask appeared in the doorway, her face filled with a radiant smile. "You have made the right choice, priestess. The Codex is not meant to be read. It is meant to be protected, and you have proven yourself worthy of that trust." Anna looked at the woman, her heart filled with peace. "What happens now?" The woman smiled. "Now, you return to your life. You live, you love, you grow. And you remember that the greatest wisdom is not in knowing everything, but in knowing what matters." Chapter 43. The Map of the Soul. Anna and Carlos left the City of the Moon the next morning. They walked through the jungle, hand in hand, the weight of the Codex lifted from Anna's shoulders. She felt lighter, freer, more alive than she had felt in months. "What will you do now?" Carlos asked as they walked. "Return to Russia?" Anna shook her head. "Not yet. I want to stay here for a while. I want to learn more about the Maya, about their culture, their traditions. I want to honor what they left behind." Carlos smiled. "Then stay. The village would be honored to have you." Anna felt a warmth spread through her chest. She had come to Mexico searching for a Codex, and she had found something far more precious. She had found a home, They walked through the jungle, the sun rising behind them, casting long shadows across the path. And Anna felt a sense of peace that she had never known before. The journey was over, but the adventure was just beginning. Chapter 44. The Return of the Light. Months passed. Anna stayed in the hidden village, learning the ways of the Maya from Mother Zarita and the other elders. She learned to speak the language, to read the glyphs, to understand the ancient traditions that had been passed down for generations. She helped the villagers with their crops, their ceremonies, their daily lives. She became a part of the community, a member of the family. And slowly, the wounds of her past began to heal. She still dreamed of the fragments, the battles, the darkness. But those dreams grew less frequent, less intense. They were replaced by dreams of the jungle, the village, the people she had come to love. Carlos was by her side through it all. He had become her partner, her confidant, her rock. They worked together, laughed together, cried together. And slowly, their friendship blossomed into something deeper. One night, as they sat by the fire, Carlos took her hand in his. "Anna," he said, his voice soft, "there's something I need to tell you." Anna looked at him, her heart pounding. "What is it?" Carlos smiled, and his eyes were filled with a love so deep it took her breath away. "I love you, Anna. I've loved you since the moment I saw you in the airport, and I want to spend the rest of my life with you." Anna felt tears streaming down her face. She had known, in some part of her heart, that this moment was coming. But hearing the words spoken aloud made it real. "I love you too," she said. "I've loved you for so long." Carlos pulled her into his arms and they held each other, the fire crackling beside them, the stars twinkling overhead. And in that moment, Anna knew that everything she had been through, the pain, the sacrifice, the loss, had been worth it. She had found her happiness. Chapter 45. The Lessons of the Past. Mother Zarita was dying. It had been coming for months, the slow decline of a woman who had lived more than 100 years. She had seen empires rise and fall, had witnessed the birth of the new age, had guided the hidden village through the darkness. Now she was ready to let go. Anna sat by her bedside, holding her hand, her eyes wet with tears. "Don't leave me," she whispered. "I'm not ready." Mother Zarita smiled, her ancient face filled with a gentle light. "You are ready, Anna. You've been ready for a long time. You just didn't know it." Anna shook her head. "I don't know what to do without you." "You don't have to know everything," Mother Zarita said. "Just trust yourself. Trust your heart. It will guide you." Anna felt a sob rising in her throat. "I'm scared." "I know." Mother Zarita's hand tightened on hers. "But fear is just a shadow, Anna. A shadow that can be banished by the light. And you carry the light within you." Anna closed her eyes, and she felt a warmth spread through her chest. The warmth of the obsidian jaguar, the warmth of the ring on her finger, the warmth of everything she had experienced. "Thank you," she whispered, "for everything." Mother Zarita smiled, her eyes closing. "You're welcome, Anna. You're welcome." And then she was gone. Chapter 46. The heir of the jaguar. Anna became the new guardian of the hidden village. It wasn't a position she had sought, but it was one she accepted with grace. She had learned so much from Mother Zarita, and she was determined to carry on her legacy. The villagers accepted her with open arms. They had seen her bravery, her strength, her sacrifice. They knew she was worthy. And so Anna became the priestess of the hidden village. She led the ceremonies, taught the children, tended to the sick. She became the heart of the community, the soul of the people. Carlos was by her side, her partner in everything. They had built a life together, a life filled with love and purpose. And Anna knew that she had finally found where she belonged. Chapter 47. The Ghost of the Codex. One night, Anna dreamed of the Codex. She was standing in the City of the Moon, the Codex open in her hands. Its pages were glowing, its glyphs pulsing with an ancient light. And she heard a voice that was ancient and terrible and wonderful all at once. You have proven yourself worthy, priestess. You have shown that you have the courage to protect the knowledge, not to use it, and for that you are blessed. Anna looked at the Codex, and she saw the truth of it. It wasn't a book of power, it was a book of wisdom, a book that taught the reader how to live in harmony with the universe. And Anna realized that she didn't need to read the Codex to understand its message. She had already learned it through her journey. "Thank you," she whispered. "Thank you for the lessons." And then the Codex faded, and Anna woke up. Chapter 48. The Black Cat Returns. Anna woke to find a black cat sitting on her windowsill. It was the same cat that had followed her through the jungle, the same cat that had guided her through the darkness. Its golden eyes gleamed in the morning light, and its tail twitched with amusement. "You've done well, priestess," the cat said. "You've proven yourself worthy of the trust we placed in you." Anna sat up in bed, her heart pounding. "Are you real? Or am I dreaming again?" "I am as real as you want me to be," the cat said. "I am the spirit of the jaguar, the guardian of the secrets of the Maya, and I have come to offer you a choice." "A choice?" Anna's voice was cautious. "What kind of choice?" "You can return to your old life," the cat said. "Go back to Russia, continue your research, live the life you were meant to live. Or you can stay here in the hidden village and become the guardian of the knowledge you have found." Anna looked out the window at the village. The sun was rising, casting golden light across the huts. The children were playing, the women were working, the men were preparing for the day. She thought about her old life, the lectures, the papers, the endless search for meaning. And she thought about her new life, the community, the purpose, the love she had found. "I'll stay," she said. "I want to stay." The cat smiled, a warm, genuine smile. "I knew you would. Welcome home, Anna. Welcome home." Chapter 49. The Circle of Life. The years passed. Anna grew older, her hair streaked with gray, her face lined with the wisdom of age. She raised children, tended to the village, passed on the knowledge she had learned. Carlos was by her side, his love unwavering, his presence a constant comfort. They grew old together, their bond deepening with each passing year. Anna never forgot the lessons she had learned. She remembered the fragments, the battles, the sacrifices. But she also remembered the love, the hope, the beauty of the world. And she knew that the circle of life would continue, that the knowledge of the Maya would live on through her children and their children and their children's children. Anna sat by the fire one night, the obsidian jaguar in her hand, and looked up at the stars. She thought about Mother Zarita, about the priestess, about all the people who had come before her, and she smiled. "I'm ready," she whispered. "I'm ready to see what comes next." Chapter 50. The Eternal Return. Anna died on a winter's night, surrounded by her family. Carlos was holding her hand, his face filled with love and sorrow. The villagers were gathered around, their faces illuminated by the firelight. Anna smiled, her eyes closing. "Thank you," she said. "Thank you for everything." And then she was gone. But death was not the end. Anna opened her eyes, and she was standing in the jungle. The trees were green, the birds were singing, the sun was shining. And standing in front of her was the cat, the black cat with its golden eyes. "Welcome back, priestess," the cat said. "We've been expecting you." Anna looked down at her hands. They were young again, smooth and unlined. She was wearing the robes of a priestess, covered in jade and gold. "What happened?" she asked. "You died," the cat said. "But death is not the end. It's just the beginning of the next cycle, the eternal return." Anna looked around the jungle. She recognized it. It was the same jungle she had walked through in her visions, the same place where the priestess had scattered the fragments. "Am I ready?" she asked. "Ready for the next cycle?" "You have always been ready," the cat said. "That's why you were chosen. That's why you will always be chosen." Anna smiled, and she walked into the jungle, ready to begin again. Epilogue. The Shadow in the Glass. Back in Moscow, in Anna's old apartment, the obsidian jaguar sat on her desk next to the photograph of Yuri Konorazov. It was warm, pulsing with a light that seemed to come from another world. And one night, a young woman, a student with the same fire in her eyes that Anna had once had, stood in the doorway, looking at the photograph. She was drawn to the jaguar. She felt a connection to it, a warmth that spread through her chest. She reached out and touched it. And the visions began. You have just listened to The Jaguar's Shadow, a novel by Anna Gogolieva. This story was born from the author's journey to Mexico, where she walked among the ancient pyramids of Chichen Itza, swam in the sacred waters of the cenotes, and listened to the whisper of the jungle. She dedicated this book to her mother, who taught her to read, to her father, who taught her to wonder, and to Mexico, who taught her to believe. Thank you for listening. The Jaguar's Shadow is everywhere, in the jungle, in the city, in your heart. May you always find the courage to follow your own path. Dear listener, thank you for accompanying me on this journey through the heart of the Maya world. This book is a piece of my soul, a love letter to Mexico, to its ancient mysteries, and to the people who keep its traditions alive. When I first arrived in Mexico, I was a stranger seeking adventure. I left with a transformed heart.
I hope this story has touched you in some small way, and that you carry its message with you. We are all part of one great cycle. We are all keepers of ancient knowledge, and we are all travelers seeking our own path. May you always find the courage to follow your own path wherever it may lead. With gratitude, Anna Gogoleva. Thank you for listening to The Jaguar's Shadow, written by Anna Gogoleva. Audiobook production copyright 2026. All rights reserved.